Good morning. Because I can't seem to not effectively throw myself in a blender. Ugh. Okay, give me like 1 second, then I can switch over. Because when did last stream? Last stream ended like 7 hours ago. So I did get up like about when I wanted to. All without an alarm too. Mind you. Very important to add. Ow. No, I'm fine. There we go. I am going to need... I'm going to need, like... to slightly adjust my schedule. Or at least this schedule. Because yesterday threw a bunch of things off because I didn't end up playing Metaphor, which was the plan. But I did I did get a little bit into... I did Assignment Ada, I did Separate Ways, both of which were meant to cover most of today, but also because I did do that yesterday, I remembered how short those actually were. And like, that's not even because like I have really good knowledge of it either. I just got, I completely forgot how short Assignment Ada was. I knew it was short, but I didn't think it was that short. So if I did have that for, I think it was just today. Yeah, if I had that for just today, I would have been completely off on my schedule. But now that puts me in a very awkward position where I don't know what I'll do once that's done. Because there's only really 2 other games that I kind of have, I want to say, like, set up for the other Halloween games. I'm going to need, like, just, like, a day to, like, sit back and kind of just set that up. Or not, no, I can probably do that after today. One, after I wake up. 2, after I look through my Steam a little bit more. Because I was right about 1, 2, 3. I think it was like mostly when that week started, and then like I'm already at the end. I'm near the end of the 2nd week, and I'm almost already out of everything that I had planned to stream. Though, to be fair, I kind of anticipated that. I think one of the first things I said, like partway through week 1, I think it's like right after I finished Dead Space. Yeah, I think it was after I finished Dead Space 2 in one sitting. I'm like, huh, that's gonna mess up the schedule a little. And then I just proceeded to consistently mess up the schedule. We call that a compounding issue. But I need to figure out like what I'm actually playing. Yeah, because I had Separate Ways time blocked as like 6 to 8 hours. That was clearly wrong. I also removed one game from that list because that was just going to be a lot more reading while I'm still trying to do Metaphor. So 1, 2, 3, 4, and there are, and I'm playing all, no, I'm playing 3 of them currently. So I need to come up with new games to add into this, or else I'm gonna run out really quick. I mean, there's one I could probably do. Maybe I would have to check the settings so it's not make sure it's not super demanding. Worst comes to worst, I can also just play RE Village. No, I also have 2 other options, but those 2 I'm... Two of them I'm avoiding because I'm purposely... I'm giving myself a sympathy, like, coward's way out for those 2. At least for now. Like, all I'm doing right now is buying time to avoid having to play those 2. That is the best that I could do. Cause what? I played... Yeah, cause I did RE1 Remake again last year. I did that. I haven't played Maiden of Blackwater in a while. But I was also hoping that I could play Mask of the Lunar Eclipse before that. Before, like, even rounding back to that. Which makes me think about that Crimson Butterfly remake. I need to wait for that. But I'm so glad that I experienced that on stream and now it's getting a remake. I have no idea what they'll probably do to it in terms of, like, small changes and adjustments, but it'll be a pleasure to at least see that other people get a chance of playing it. Played that. I almost went through... Which ones didn't I do? That one. That's like only 4. 4, technically 5 I haven't touched. Interesting. No, 6, because of the other one. Okay. Damn, I'm really gonna have to figure this out. There's also a bunch of games that I don't have categorized, so I can probably go through those and see if there's another horror game in there that I didn't. Oh my god, there was a demo I missed. Good morning, Taco. I knew I missed one. Hang on, now I'm double checking to make sure I didn't miss any demos that I wanted to play. No, that was the only one. I knew I missed one. Interesting. Let me make sure to add that to a folder so I can get to that later. Ugh. I think that means all of the... not means, but that's like... I don't think I have any more horror games than the ones that I have already, like, categorized and listed. Interesting, because that's gonna mean that I'm going to have to touch those games that I'm purposely trying to avoid. Oh dear. Yeah, no, I have no options. Interesting. That's gonna be funny. But we can worry about that bridge when we get to it. Jeez. And I do, because 2 of those I didn't finish, so those would be the 2 that's, like, first on the list. Damn it. Yeah, so that, like, completely threw off my schedule. Ah, my nose. while I'm at it, I should also check this other stuff. I'm honestly still surprised that I'm genuinely awake right now. Because I think the stream from last night went for like... that stream started like 2 hours late. I went for like 7 hours, passed out, said I'll stream in the morning, and then I immediately woke up. And then I woke up. I woke up, showered, and immediately went, okay, back to this. Because now I'm too invested in the streak. Now I'm too invested in the accidental streak, and now I want to like keep it going. Perfect. I have to make sure that I got things ready for a stream on Friday, which is tomorrow. I can keep track of days. I can still keep track of days, thankfully. But like, to say I was maybe... I get a little frazzled, I'll say that. I get a little frazzled when like I've been doing a lot of things kind of like back to back. Like it throws me off slightly. That's why taking a break is important. That's why I should have been more smart. That's why I should have been smarter about actually making sure not to stream that long on Sunday. The one time I break from that, and then like, oh yeah, that's when I start suffering the consequences. But I think that's to be expected. Not saying it's deserved, but I'm saying that's to be expected. The moral of the lesson being that you should make sure to actually take breaks and take care of yourself. I really don't have many other options. There's one that I can do. Technically that counts, kind of. No, the rest, yeah, I have to go. I have to dip into the one that actually scares me. Yay. Oh, well, I'm still doing Metaphor too. For somebody who really claims to like a lot of horror games, or at least survival horror games, I don't own a lot. I think the reason why Resident Evil is like my favorite survival horror franchise is it's because basically the only one that I can genuinely stomach. Turns out having a gun that keeps you alive, or at the very least makes you feel a lot more secure, really helps a lot when you're really scared of horror games. Though Fatal Frame did help too. Fatal Frame like really helped with that. Yeah. Fatal Frame was really nice at that because it did let me feel like I could at least defend myself at the cost of me feeling safe, which sounds very counterintuitive. Hang on, let me close something. Whoops, didn't mean to hit the mic. But like, but because of how the camera, because it's a camera, like you having to be, so close to the enemies, or at least looking directly at them, and especially the longer that you look at them, the stronger the camera blast gets. Like you really do just kind of have to brace and just look directly into the eye of the thing that is terrifying you in order to actually defend yourself. Damn, that's good coffee. It's really not. It's mud water, but it's gonna keep me awake. It'll keep me awake until the point where I can actually get something to eat. I did have something to eat. I want to preface that. I did have something to eat. But no, I was very dead set on waking up and making sure that I got certain things ready for tomorrow. That's also partly why I really wanted to push for this stream. Because even if I do get exhausted, even if I am exhausted, at the very least, I think we can do that after. Because if I do get exhausted, at the very least I can sleep after stream. And like once I sleep, I'll be set. I'll be perfectly set for like the rest of the day. And I'll also be set for the collabs, for the sponsor stream on Friday for tomorrow. Which I think I said it to a friend. I definitely said it to a friend, but like I feel very excited about it. I feel very excited about a sponsorship stream. It's not like becoming like a brand ambassador or something like that, but it's a very affirming experience. We're just like, oh, I'm notable enough where like I'm notable enough and a company doesn't think I'm hot garbage and thinks, oh, this person playing our game is a bad thing. That is the bare minimum of like endorsement that is just enough to like really help I want to say not affirm, it's very uplifting. It's uplifting in a sense where it feels like, oh, I'm not an active liability. At least enough to the point where like this company is willing to take a risk on me. That's the fun part. Not that I'm taking a risk. It's not a risk. I promise I'm very safe for your brand. Especially if your brand tends to have very cute girls in it. But no, it's like, I felt like... I'm gonna keep using the example, very unfortunately. But like, Needy Streamer Overload, where like, K-Angel was like, I'm a real streamer now, the second that she got a first sponsorship offer. Not taking notes from her, because that first sponsorship stream was her completely ragging on the sponsor. But then that ended up working out because they apparently got a lot more traffic after that, because they're like, oh, I want to try this awful thing too. Isn't internet marketing such a very funny thing? But no, like it feels nice. It feels nice because it's like I'm not an active liability. They're not going to be avoiding me. I'm not going to be avoided because of who I am. And it also helps me feel like a little bit more professional. Because I get to say like, oh, I was sponsored. I was sponsored, or at least I got a collaboration with these people. Like, it feels nice. It feels like it is a notable step on my streaming journey, as a way of putting it. The best way that I can really put it, honestly. I can start the game after I finish this coffee. Because, like... Actually, no. I can start it now. I can start it now because, like, I want to get through this. I want to do my Limbus weekly. I want to do my Limbus weekly and then move on to separate ways and then finish that so that I can worry about my schedule later. So let's do that. Make sure that I actually have the audio on for this. Speaking of pretty girls. There we go. So what did I did? I did Kurokuma last week. What can I do this week though? Chief Butler. You seem like you're getting into the backseat for right now. Also, Rupture. This is also at least like a decent way to show off how I try to build for weekly. Because like there's no reason not to start at 5, especially when it's so easy to get through like the first two or so floors. Like I typically try to find one unit that I can build the rest of the team around. Or at least it starts with like a certain idea that I can carry for around the team. Okay, we're going Rupture. If we're going Rupture, 1, 2, 3, 4, you'll have to switch. Okay, there's gonna be a couple of units that are gonna have to switch like along the way, but this won't be too bad. So what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then you're just gonna have to be 6 to kind of fill for right now. So then 1. Because you also got a finale at the fastest speed, hits an enemy with plus 6 plus Rupture and Flick, 1 offense down. You're worth that. It seems stupid to do it only for like this weekly, but like no, this is an investment that I kind of held off on for a bit. Because at the very least it keeps them useful for things until later. Bug. Huh? Oh, because it moved me directly to the center window and not the mirror dungeon window. 2K Corp Ampule. I do not want that. Sorry. You also don't really have anything else for me to start with, so I'm gonna have to switch you. So 1, 2, 3. These 3 I can switch. No. 1, 2, 3. Because then I'll have 1 Mao, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4 Heisho, plus Family Hierarch, and the Wu branch. And then the next floor is going to be switching you, and then switching you. So that's 2. And then that means either switching Otis, or switching Lantern Dawn. Yeah, it'll be switching you. I'd probably get more value out of switching you first, though. Maybe. We'll figure it out. Yeah, average level does not matter. I'm gonna be switching that around regardless. Opponent entering 1 floor. I know kind of what I'm going for. Starting a gift. Every entry gain 1 tier 3 of your choice. Entering floor 3, gain a random tier 3. When fusing, gain additional. So I don't really get much out of using this. I'm better off with this. 1 free refresh. Greater chance of obtaining higher ego in shops. I'm better off with this. Theme pack +1 selection. Choosing new theme pack. I do want this because I want to try one of the new ones. Starting cost plus 150. 1 free normal refresh. Moving to floor increase ego sale price by 50%. This one. There's never a reason basically not to try to start with like 150. Enemies are in the melee parts with rupture. Apply 1 damage up. Inflicting potency has been at least used once a turn. Gain 1 haste. At the end plus 6. That's gonna work well for Ryoshu. Potency of all enemies is equal to their current speed values. Less absolute resonance. No. Okay. So we at least have a plan. Nigel. Hitting enemy with its skill, inflict 3 rupture potency. If the skill's affinity was envy, inflict 5 potency. All skills except eagle skills inflict rupture potency or count gain. That just seems so much better. Inflict +1 single coin use. Yeah. Sure, I'll take that. I'll probably sell it though. Break the sprig. I hate this thing. Less than gluttony. This, because I just need to win one. Damn, that actually worked out pretty well for me. Root Branch would probably be better to get this first. Then you. 2. It's first floor, it doesn't matter. None of this matters. Speaking of, not specifically that, but for some reason, like I completely neglected, or not neglected, but I completely forgot that we were gonna get a rerun of the W Corp of the Warp Train event, which also means that we're finally getting a Bloodkin for finally getting at least a Blood Fiend myself. Which means I should probably invest in the in that yearning ego that he got. But I do wonder if he'll count for... I don't think he'll count for Manager John's family. But if he does, that'd be very interesting. That actually makes me think, because that means if he's working with the other blood fiends... Because, like, why would you not... Because, like, why would you not run the other blood fiends? It makes me curious if he's going to be more focused on either blunt or slashing skills. Just so that you're not, like, over... How do I put it? So that you're not, like, overly invested in, like, specifically... There's still, like, a pierce bias for the blood fiends. So it'll be interesting to see if they try to even that out slightly. Or what. I honestly hope that they do even it out so that you're not just, I hope that they even it out because, honestly, my biggest, complaint with the Lord of Hongwan has been the very heavy slashing bias. Just because it feels very limiting. But then also at the same time, I don't want there to be like one specific team that is so good for everything. Because Bleed already had like a very high... Bleed already has like a very unique, I want to say setup for like a win condition. Because technically after a certain point when you are done setting it up, you will kind of... It's not like a guaranteed win, but it sets you up for like very... It sets you up in a very unique position, since you don't need to necessarily win clashes. You honestly would prefer just stalling so that you get the maximum value out of your bleed stacks. Because the clash ending too soon, I don't want to say robs you of value, but like it feels like you're kind of losing a little bit of value. Do I do blind obsession? No. Malbranch. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and you're in the back line. Lithograph for healing. Perfect. Gluttony Absolute Resonance. Sell this. And then Talisman Bundle just a stack. Easy. But now I'm just back to... Whoops. Speed. Now I'm back to kind of just having to focus and work around a slashing bias. But it doesn't matter, because Rupture is just true damage anyway, so who cares? You can definitely say and complain about a lot of different things that Project Moon does. But I will not complain that their status effects, like, no, their status effects feel very impactful. And like, it is kind of annoying that whenever like a new character comes out, Jesus. It is kind of annoying when a new character comes out, like you do have to, you do kind of need like a very slight dissertation to understand what they even do. But once you do, like they're very dynamic. Like the way that the different statuses all work together, or the different buff states, and then how those kind of work off of other characters, especially if they just interact with the fact that another character has, or at least that the target has like debuffs. Like concussion is a very interesting status effect. I don't like any of these. Concussion is a very interesting status effect that I really do enjoy to be cleaved. If anything, my only complaint about concussion is the fact that it's tied to Woo Branch. I already have tried on the flask though. My only complaint would be that it's tied to Woo Branch, which means that you're also just still continuously running more of the Heisho units. But like, where is it? Stride Breaker, Line Breaker. Like this, multiply the amount of stagger threshold raised by Tremor Burst, and rupture damage dealt against this unit by 1.2. Very interesting, just like side effect to kind of like have on. Just because it like furthers the momentum of like everything else that they already do and what they already are connected to. Game 3, Strider Woo. I also do like that they're making these defensive abilities like more useful than just being a attempt to not take damage. I like them being either mode changes or them being something that builds up a resource within their kit. Because especially if they have to trigger, then you can't just hit it. Like, what is this? Combat start, gain Strider Woo next turn. Because like, okay, I could have spent that turn to attack that guy, but that guy's gonna probably explode anyway. Still my favorite team up. So like I can at least still get some type of use out of it. Fell Bullet Yi-Song's also really interesting for that too. Because his guard skill is a better way of building up his resource faster. So if you're running that with the Encore Ryoshu, then you also... Then you get a lot of control over like when those certain skills trigger. Barring that you're at least preparing for it, and that you know when the... Not necessarily know, but you're anticipating when the skill 3 for Yi-Song shows up. Like, there is a lot more, like, active strategy that's slowly kind of being incorporated into this game that I really enjoy. Which feels... I don't want to say it feels insane to say, but like it's a very interesting way to implement strategy, especially when you're still kind of when you have two offensive skills that you're persistently rolling in between. Because in theory, you at least have access to 2 skills at any given time. Like, you at least have your defensive skill, and then you have either skill 1, skill 2, or skill 3, depending on how things are slotted. Like, It's like Honglu right now, aside from just ignore this slot. Because he has 2 skill 1s in his command deck, so I only get like 2 options. But at the very least, I now get like I now have defensive skill, but it's no longer just like a useless skill. I can either use that for like setup for something else, and the more impactful abilities that the defensive skills have, like I don't feel like I'm only using it when I don't have any other option. Which was kind of the flaw with the defensive skills at the start of the game, where they really were just a either hope to not take damage or a take slightly less damage button. And I think the first time that I noticed that they were really experimenting with that was T-Corp Dawn, because hers was a mode change. Don't care. Don't care.
아는 것을 모른 채 할 순 없으니.
And I have enough to wait, not heal. I want to switch people around. You, I wanted to switch. Because at the very least I can get Rupture on you. And then you two. Surprise! The Rupture team turned into another Lord of Hongwon Heishu team! Who could have possibly foreseen it? 3 and 4 on unopposed skills attack, deal plus 40% damage. That? That's for 3? What if... Where is it? Because I can't change that, or at least I can't upgrade that. Because I was thinking of some way of like making sure that this could also apply to skill 3. I was hoping I could have made that apply to Honglu while I have him in the slot 1, but I don't think that's happening. When winning a clash using a skill that inflicts potency, rupture count, inflict more. Target does not have rupture. I don't really need that. I would like it, but I don't think I need it. I also don't think I need that, so I'd rather actually get this done. Because I still don't really use a lot of the manager skills. I don't want to say I necessarily sit on them, but I do. Unopposed. Like, I really do tend to just kind of sit on the manager skills. I don't even know why, considering how useful they are. I just don't use them a lot. She's probably gonna get switched, actually. One, 2, 3. So that means that the only two I'd probably... No, I'll probably keep Marcel where he is, and then I'll probably switch, I might switch, Heathcliff around. Who's going where? It's only this one. Gregor and Honglu. Hang on. Undo this. Who is going where? You're attacking Honglu. This one I can redirect. This one's going... 2 are going after Gregor. Easier to clash with that one. That one I can intercept. Easy.
목을 떨궈주마.
I kind of wish that there was slightly... I want to say something a little bit more interesting about Rupture. Because at least for right now, it's still very much just like additional damage. But I guess that makes it the very interesting thing, because it's not like you need... It's not like you're getting flat... Well, because you're still getting normal attacks. It's just like an additional damage steroid. But I also just think that natively playing around like the stagger mechanic is like much more interesting rather than just focusing on dealing flat damage. But this season was very clearly focused around Rupture, so it's just the fat damage. Which has me thinking that they might focus a little bit more on shields or certain certain mechanics where like the boss or the enemy is not as heavily impacted by status effects. Or they'll end up turning fire into something that's more for like shield melting. I think this can kill. I think this can absolutely kill. 212. 104. Easy. Like, Rupture definitely feels like the very... I don't want to say easy mode, but like, it's much more of the mind-off type of elements. Not elements, affinities. Afflictions. I keep using like 7 different words for it, despite only really liking like 2. Okay, that's the first 2 floors done. Tempted. Always tempted. I always love you, Bamboo Hat Kim. I love you, Bamboo Hat Kim, but not today. Not today, my dear boy. Repressed Wrath, Insignificant Envy, Burning Haze. Let me roll it again. There you are, my beloved. I shall wait very patiently for you to come back. Just to ruin my life once again. It's not like these guys are gonna do anything to me anyway. What if we do this instead? Actually... Weight plus... Wait, that's only weight plus 1, but that's still a solo attack, isn't it? Yeah, no, so it's not worth it. Sinclair, why are you getting... I'm not gonna complain. I'm kind of concerned why he's getting so strong, but you know what? We can attribute that to character growth. When did Rodian lose sanity? Yeah, none of this matters. It feels... It feels so weird. Going from a point where, like, I remember these mirror dungeons taking so much more time. Granted, like, no, I think a lot of that change probably came with the Starlight adjustments. instead of like the very whatever like perk web that they were trying to go for. Which kind of just ended up being like a huge mess. Because it also means that these don't take as long. At the downside being that you're kind of just win rating through it, which means that the kind of weekly and side content end up being a lot easier than even the main story content. But I guess it's kind of like part of the point. What do I do here? Let's see, just for fun. But then that also kind of just feeds into my ooh, which also, hi Epi. But like this stuff also being easier kind of feeds into my whole, I might be getting a little bit tired of roguelites type of deal. But I think I saw like a very short video that was which at least, oh, there was no explosion. Which at least like partly explained like the appeal of these roguelites, because it does give you that it's a very truncated type of deck building experience. It's not something that necessarily requires like a lot of time investment. Like if there's something new that's added, if there's a new ability, if there's a new skill, like you don't need to like spend money on it. Like it's just in the game and you have to get lucky to run into it and see how it impacts you. Or you can like make an entire, you can make a build like, oh, fishing for it? Ugh. Or make adjustments based off of that. And I mean, I kind of get that. I can understand the appeal of just wanting to be able to go in and just like, it's, how do I put it? It's a, I want to call it like a horizontal upgrade. Not horizontal upgrade, it's a horizontal addition to game knowledge. Where like, I know how this team works, I understand what this team does. So, being in a roguelike mode means that I can focus on either making like slashing strikes better, I can make the status effect build up better. It's not a fuck you. It's not a heavy investment, I guess is a way of putting it. High Ascension Slate Spire because you build decks early when they're offered rather than try and wait for the perfect card. Build decks early with what you're offered rather than try and wait for the perfect card. Yeah, that's like, yeah, it's planning a lot more long term. Get in here. Get in here, my baby boy. I'd also be better off switching you to middle little brother. Does she also still have the... Yeah, she still has that, so it's fine. Yeah, you're not looking necessarily for one key thing to work, you're just kind of like building off of what you have. Which I do appreciate and I enjoy in some aspects. Hang on, somebody had less than full HP. Not full HP, less than full sanity. You try to build so if you're offered a strong card it'll fit, but if you're offered a crummy 2 energy common attack, you kind of have to take it You're about to fight in Lee. Yeah, you're making do with kind of what you get. Which I can understand and I can get the appeal of, especially when it comes to making it feel like you're not kind of just
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
So it's not like you're just kind of like waiting for something good to come and happen. Matoski? Thank you for the bets. Also welcome. Like that's part of the thing that I liked about what was it? That's what I liked about when I did play like a little bit of like Isaac and a couple of other roguelikes where you how did she'll get hit by everyone except for Sinclair. That's messed up.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
I got some time to hop on stream. And thank you for stopping by. It's a pleasure. But what was it? I think I can appreciate and I can understand the skill expression in it.
완벽한
The skill expression and the ability to okay.
이 방식을 기억하는 게
I can understand and appreciate the skill expression in like those types of
대박질 준비.
in that deck building and like that making the best with what you're offered.
적을 완벽히 파악하고
Because especially the case that was made, especially in that video, was that it's not even necessarily that like those people don't appreciate or like mastery games like that or like getting better. It's mostly just the time investment where like it takes a lot of time to invest in like a fighting game or like an online game,
좋아.
especially if the meta develops or like things are constantly changing.
쟤네 정신을 못 차리는 걸? 체라도 했나?
Purity.
날개를 펼쳐 12수에게 발톱을 걸어. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자 누구 하나 사이에 보내지 마라.
She did a lot more than I thought she did. Than I thought that she was going to. I'm still not gonna save her though.
아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네요.
I think that's the first time that she's hit me in a while. Interesting. But it's a time investment. It's like not a lot of people have the time to like invest so much in learning how like all the how meta develops and how certain things change. I'd rather acquire this. And like it's a lot to keep up with. Do I do Madness? I might do Light of Madness. Fuck you, Cassetti. Actually, I might be able to actually do that with no problem. Mountain of Body, Sea of Blood. Yeah. How's it going? Well, Relics are also games. You can boot up for like a 30-minute run and you don't need to worry about the result. Because sometimes you either just get unlucky or sometimes you do get lucky and then you can kind of just keep going. As much as I'd love to chat and share my thoughts on Limbus, just finished console when I know practically nothing about the game. No, that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine. I'm just doing like I'm doing the usual like weekly run. Like I'm just kind of this is something for me to like
모른 채할 순 없어.
just kind of click on and like just chat. It's just like a very casual type of morning thing. I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. Like this is just like I'm doing these weeklies. Like I'm getting better at doing these weeklies fairly quickly. So that I can go and like do another game that like I'm actually I don't want to say like I can actually care about, because I do like Limbus. I really like Limbus. But like weeklies are very brain off. I don't need to think. I make very few kind of decisions, and like I only need to make a decision when things start like looking bad. But also, if you just started Kanto 1, like how do you like the game so far? But yeah, roguelikes are very easy to get into, because it's just like, oh, low runs can be very low commitment, because either sometimes you just get a bad run, and then it's like, whatever, I guess I'll tough it out, and if this run ends, then that's the sooner either that this is over, or the sooner I can start another run and hopefully get more lucky elsewhere. Which I can understand. And I know that it's kind of rich to come from somebody who plays. I'm now playing like what? I'm still playing only like 3 to 4 gacha at most. I know it's rich coming from somebody who plays at least like a couple of gacha, where it's just like, I don't want my play experience defined by luck. But I do like games that are like very risk management. But like when it comes down to like, I'm suffering purely because like I'm mulliganing, if that's a verb. Like that's part of the reason I couldn't get really into that's the reason I couldn't really get into certain card games. Like some people would just like top deck better. Yeah. Some people would just top deck better, or like I would get really bad hands and then I would lose the game because of it. And I get that that's just part of the game. But that's why I really like Resident Evil 4 or other games that are very skill expressive. Mulliganing is the word. Okay. Because like, yeah, it's like, I don't like feeling like, oh no. I don't like feeling like my... That means I did something that heavily added a lot of offense. No, huh. $65? Wait. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Mitigating the randomness or taking a line that's a high risk. I'm better ship it. Yeah, I can understand that. It's risk assessment and management. And like part of that also comes with deck building, where it's like making sure you don't have too many cards like that can brick you. It's strategy with like an element of randomness. Which also feeds into kind of like the whole Vampire Survivor thing, where like I get it. And then I immediately run into this. Like I get it, but just not like... I'd rather feel like I'm directly in control of how well I perform with luck as a very minimal factor in that. I'm constantly bullied by my RL friends. It's an absolute project. Yeah. Point, you visited me only to pressure me to finish in Kanto 1. Love the gritty, dark atmosphere. Something I really can't remember seeing in any other games. Yeah. Like Project Moon is very, no, their world building is very strong and super interesting. And that carries through even from, ooh. That carries through from, Lobotomy Corporation and Library of Unia, since they're all in the same setting. Overall, I'm having fun, but I feel very, very overwhelmed by so many informations during the battle. Well, it's no time to comprehend this. Yeah. One that is a very common thing that a lot of people get into. Cause like, actually this is a good boss to kind of like demonstrate it. Cause like, I don't fight this one often. I don't fight Spiral of Contempt often. And it has a lot of things that are like, it's still hidden from me. What are your passives? Yeah, nothing stands out specifically. But its main thing is gaze. It is a lot of information to take in. It is a lot of information to take in initially. That's why this is kind of like the reading comprehension gotcha, where like you do kind of have to read and understand how these things work sometimes, or else you will kind of hit a brick wall. Especially one around Kanto 5. There is one around Kanto 5 that is a very notorious wall where a lot of people tend to learn. Usually to do or play streams. Usually I kind of just been going around. I'm typically variety. Not gaze 7. Okay. Users contempt cannot gain gaze. I have to make sure that I don't mess myself up. And hit with a crit hit. Okay. So I'm fine. Usually I do like a variety. Oh my god. Like this month, since it's October and I really like October, I've been playing like a number of horror games. I'm not really, I was gonna say, like, typically I'm not one that like gets very loud or like screamy. Because I don't. Even when I'm like really scared, I just kind of get mad. The woodgrass Ryoshu. But like no, I'd say like I'm at least like pretty typically laid back. I've been mostly streaming. They're both at 3. I've mostly been streaming partially some gacha. I've been doing, after this I'm planning to get back to Resident Evil 4 2005. I hate having to preface that. I'm in the middle of playing Separate Ways. I don't know how to describe it. I want streamers that are screaming or yelling. I just can't do it. I don't know how I'd get that. That feels convincing. Thank you. Thank you for the follow. All customers are welcome, and all customers are welcome in the Atelier. Link is down below. Yeah, I'm not really 1 and 2 for bleed. I'm not using those. That inflict bleed. Does Lord of Hongwon inflict bleed? No. Ryoshu inflicts bleed? No. So both of these are kind of worthless to me. I'm still like having a hard time like actually kind of figuring out how to describe myself. But no, I'm mostly very I don't know how to describe it. Because I don't like saying... I don't like calling myself down to earth. All of these are worthless. Sorry, I'm trying to like think this through now. Because I've been taking a little bit more damage than I'm anticipating. Lost resonance. 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, and 3. But yeah, no, I'm not really yelly. I'm not very like super loud. Typically I just kind of just like talking. Not like to necessarily like hear myself speak. More so I just like being able to like play a game and kind of like talk about the different things about it. I say when I'm like playing a game that I specifically don't really need to kind of talk about or really think about, at least until like I'm reading. But like no, I've been playing like Blue Protocol. I streamed a little bit of 14 in the Discord server, but that was for the Mon Hunt event. Usually doing either like sometimes I'll read a VN. I've been playing Metaphor on stream for like a replay. I've been doing a lot of horror games for October. Usually on like Tuesdays and Thursdays I try to do like early morning streams for a couple of gacha. Like these are typically like the more low-key type of streams where like I'm not really I don't want to say like super high energy because motherfucker. I've made up my mind. I got completely distracted. I love this song. I typically like action games. I typically like action games. I like RPGs and JRPGs, but playing those on stream is a little bit more difficult. Give me this. If she actually... I typically like action games. I don't really play a lot of competitive games on stream. I very recently just kind of beat all of Dead Space 2 in one go. Like, no, I'm very firmly like a variety streamer. But I also like talking a lot. I like talking about like different games, talking about the mechanics. Sometimes how different things interact with themes. I'm also a voice actor. Like I really... Damn it. Favorite here. Hang on, like I actually have to kind of think for this a little bit. And I fully expected this too. This is fine. If I just burn him, then it's fine. This is also one of those fights where, like, if you understand how the mechanics work, you don't really need to read it again. But definitely the first time through, it is a fun experience, to put lightly. Where's the stagger?
효과적이네요.
Also, for context, I've been playing this since launch, actually, I think. I got into this like very early, and so I've been kind of playing it on pace with all the stuff that's been coming out. Perfect. You should be staggered, so I don't need to worry about a retaliation.
방금 전투는 좀
Nope,
이상했어요.
I'm wrong.
어떤 고래도 거뜬히
Explosive envy.
않는데요?
Wrath, Envy, Gloom. And I don't... No, I do have options. Sinking's not really gonna matter there. I'm better off just focusing on him. Hmm. 1, 2, 3. So let's do that for the Strider Woo. Okay, this should be fine. But yeah, I mostly play just like a different variety of different games. I try to rotate around different games fairly often for stream. Partly because I just like playing a variety of different games. I like finding new things that I really like. That's why I ended up trying Tribe 9, and I really like that. Great Villainous Strategy of Lily was also one of my favorite games that I played completely on stream.
머리 좋다 상태. 방금 완전 좋았어.
It's funny because I was just talking about like Wuthering Heights the other day.
놀라운 명령이네요. 적을 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
I wonder...
금방 끝내고 버스로
Of course.
그치?
52 out of 10. Hit that 10 times, that's 520. That's if he gets hit 5 times, that's only half. So I'm better off enduring one more turn. I have no tremor on me either. Something. Take care and out straight. Being smart. I'm doing my best. Also, that's a very cute Jinx emote. But no, thank you for stopping by. It's really a pleasure. And I hope I get to see more of you soon as well. What do I do here? Because I have to make sure that like nobody gets too thrown out. Whoops. Oh, that's not good. Oh, both of those are on Gregor. That means that has to go there. Okay, this is easy. $426. So if I hit him like 5 more times, then it's fine. took me all the way until 4-4 to actually start taking hits. I'm getting further and further without having to think much.
고작 이 정도 탕미의 허덕이나. 그쪽 방향이 아닐 텐데.
Easy.
금방 끝내고 버스로 돌아갈 수 있겠다. 그치?
What's going on with you? Why are you reverberating like that? Death right, Venom. It's because of deep bereavement, isn't it? Sorry, buddy. Oh, yes it is. The target has explosive wrath, deal 100% less damage. Oh, because we have that. At least. Yes, we all do. So just better off to go for the kill then. Sorry, Earl King. I understand your anger. I genuinely do. But at the same time, that self-destructive spiral isn't gonna get you anywhere. Ooh, wait. Plus coin power, plus 1 minus... I'd rather get the shop refresh. Either one of these is gonna increase coin power plus 1. I'd rather this. I hate you. Dream Ending, the Surrendered Witnessing. Inert Sloth. Unbound Wrath. I hate you, Cassetti. Please do not make me deal with you. Spring Cultivation, Prideful Envy. I kind of want to do Pilgrimage of Compassion. But no, that... I could have sworn I did line 4 before. I guess I didn't. Oh well. We'll see. This one was leave. Easy.
심심풀이는 되는군.
Sinking Ego. I want to go west. We will rest a little. So now I don't need to worry about spending any gold on that. Turn start when only under 50% HP. This might be the most useful. Turn end. I'd rather get that. I know it's very funny to say like, oh, I really want to, I really like games that are skill expressive and that like I kind of need to think to plan things through. But right now I'm at the point where I kind of just want to brute force through this. Because I feel like... Shop refresh discount. That I'm not gonna need. This is a special catalog. So get rid of this. refresh, keyword. No, it's nothing really helpful. So I can sell this. And then I guess I just upgrade the bloody gadget. Actually, no, then there's no point in me... Well... None. Yeah, no, this is fine. Because once I can brute force this, then I can finish up, I probably also could have just switched more salt, but that's fine. Then I can start finishing up, separate ways, since I'm in the last 2 chapters of that.
상당히 즐거워.
This I absolutely cannot just win rate.
기운을 내게 하는 걸 먹었을지도 몰라요.
Charge team, you're gonna be a pain in the ass. Anyone targeting Honglu? You. Oh! Because this was done during 6 units. Okay. Interesting. But you're only 6. Target you. Rodian is also free. Yeah, I'd rather stop that suppression before it becomes like anything actually dangerous. Oh, that's a guard. Piercing, Gluttony, Lust, so it'd be this skill.
시비수에게 명한다. 이 앞에 숨쉬는 자. 누구 하나 많이 따가울
This I have to be very careful about, because like 1 to 2 really bad moves can really mess up a whole team.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Especially with the buffs that they all have right now.
이미 정해진 이야기를 따라 이치 맞게 사로잡히시길.
So the sooner I can stack up Rupture to get free damage, the better.
저를 완벽히 파악하고 있으신 거군요.
Also, unfortunately for these guys, they're dealing with versions of their own ideas that came out way after them.
완벽한 한방. 시원한 걸.
숨통 끊기.
와, 엄청난 공격이었어. 기념할 만한 걸.
혈압도 바로.
Please stagger.
모든 것에 견뎠어.
다들 힘이 솟는 것 같네요. 지금 달려들면 딱 좋겠어요.
Okay, they substituted in. You cannot be allowed to cast that. Yisung. It's the easiest one, this one. Not easiest, but at least stop him from casting that. And then once that goes off, so you're gonna target that. This will be an opposed attack. But who do I want to just explode? Dawn. To me, she's the most dangerous right now. Both of these suck. Oh no, both of these suck. Piercing Envy. Think. This one might be bad regardless.
흑수묘 뒷박질 중.
Explode.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
Perfect.
묘야. 길을 열어라.
아무튼 놀라운 한 방이네요.
That's a stagger. Red eyes.
자, 맛볼 시간.
Good morning, Morrow.
오, 머리 좋다 단테. 방금 완전 좋았어.
3 stream streak. Congratulations. Which is very... One, I'm very thankful. Two, it's honestly also really funny considering that like I've been unintentionally going for like a multi-day stream streak. It's also really funny considering that like because you joined in. I'm still in chatting? I thought I updated that. Yeah, I think the multi-day... Oh my god, it keeps going. I think the multi-day ones are new. Is that Rhyme Shank? This is Limbus Company. Change for me now. I could have sworn I hit, I could have sworn I hit the update. Thank you for that. I bet it's very... It must have at least been interesting, because you were... Oh, Captain. Because you were here, like... You were here yesterday for, like, the first half of that stream. Then you went to sleep, and then you woke up, and then I'm just back to streaming. I promise it wasn't, like, fully... I don't want to say, like, it was partly... Oh my god. Hang on, my brain actually kind of has to work for a couple seconds here. Oh, these are all bad. That won't beat Rhyme Shank. Interesting. That won't beat it either. Would Branch of Knowledge beat it? It'd be a struggle, but it'd be possible. Interesting. I did sleep. I promise I slept. I promise I slept. Because I streamed, I think I went on for like an additional like 3 to 4 hours after you left. Then Yi Song, I love you. I went on for like 3 to 4 hours after you left. Then I went to sleep. Then I immediately got up and then I went back and then I started streaming again because I have to. I had to make sure that at least one stream was at the time that I said it would be. Because this schedule has been completely messed up. Yes, I'm sitting straight. Thank you.
사냥이 성공적이었네요. 이 흐름대로 사냥을 끝내러 가보죠.
By all accounts, Hong Liu, do whatever you wish. This is interesting, to say the least. Yeah, no, I just happened to go just like really long for some reason. You know what would be the funniest thing? Wait, plus 16. Wait, is that up type 4? Cool. Okay. I need to think about this. This is a very unique situation to be in. Oh, it has to target you. Which means this has to hit you. If I guard that, that's unopposed. That's gonna hit these 3. That one's going after Yisong. What do I do about you? That's why, Gregor? Why are you so fast? This is a very unique situation to be in. I did not anticipate this to go this way. I can't power counter that. Flat roll 28. No, I just went like for an extremely long time for some reason. And... And I really wish I had a better justification other than just like... I felt bad, so I wanted to stream long to kind of make up for it. Yeah, no, that's all on, That's entirely up to Sinclair to actually clash.
먹을 콱 물어버리자고.
This'll work out. Okay. Okay, now I don't need to worry about Sun Shower.
놀랐어?
Was that Rodian? Not on me. That's just really funny to see. That was not at all any way related to me or what I did. He just started attacking his own teammates. Yeah, somebody's getting the retreat order.
가치 없고 죽어.
저 해충들을 도려내라.
This is a very fun fight to actually do at the 5th level.
물러나라. 네 목숨은 아직 나로 살 곳이
나이스! 하나 잡혔다.
너의 쓸모를 보여라.
Rhodian State, interesting. So I'm still not fully understanding how the retreat order works. So I'm at least doing something slightly wrong.
불가이야. 마감하지 못하리.
넌 품을 틔울 수도 없겠구나. 깔끔하게 물었군.
Okay, that's the first script.
사냥이 성공적이었네요.
Dream of Electric Sheep. Okay. Then I don't need to worry about a single thing. That was a really fun fight.
토끼를 본다. 저 해충들을 도려내라.
그렇게 하신 이유가 있었겠지만 숨통 끈 감정에 납득이 가지는 않네요.
묘히
Let me make sure that I have my controller
길을 열.
ready
한테 많이 피곤해?
so I can switch back to separate ways after this.
이 거리는 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
You have no idea how... Granted, it's funny considering that I was just drinking caffeine. But you have no idea how excited I am to just like nap for most of the day today.
입값 하도 별것도 아니지.
Or at least after I'm done, you have no idea. After I'm done with this stream, like you have no idea how excited I am just to sleep. No. There are blood fiends who are the vampires. Or like the vampire equivalent. But that is the closest that you get. Come on, it's almost at that stagger threshold. How are you not staggered?
정의 이름으로. 어머, 놀랐어?
저 부표처럼 흔들리는 놈이 제1
Electric Sheep reference to the book
가속 끝장내죠.
beyond just a name. It is the Dreaming Electric Sheep. Unfortunately, it is not a... It is not a... Not a character, it is a horrible creature from somebody's subconscious.
넘고 무슨 넘고 얼마든지 꺾고 제쳐라.
Because there's actually like a bunch of literary references even in
우리 하나를 박살냈어. 충분해. 너한텐 조금 멀겠지만.
in Lobotomy Corporation too.
저렇게나?
A lot of it based off of either various myths or folk tales. Like there is a Red Riding Hood,
오늘
and then there is also a big bad wolf.
바로 세우는 데 일조하였으니 내일은
Very fun. Do not have them in the same department. Do not put them in the same department. Nice. Like no, and not even just in like Limbus Company.
매캐한 새벽이
Lobotomy Corporation just has like a lot of various literary references and such. Not only is it reading comprehension in the sense of needing to read to understand what the bosses or like half of the enemies do, or half of what your units do.
끝에
Like no, there's a lot of very very interesting and funny like twists on different
돌아오는 친구는 맛있는 거 사줄게.
I realized I never dusted the music back. Various kind of like stories and literary references. I think that has legit classical literary character. The how do I put it? I almost completely forgot that I had this Honglu in here.
쟤네 정신을 못 차리는 걸? 차라도 했나?
이 작살은 필살의 집념이.
I'm trying to describe it. At a certain point, especially with like, because a lot of them are very literary canon like centric. Oh my god. But also like the various stories that like each of these characters have and like how they incorporate it into the narrative. Especially when like it's also because like yeah, a lot of it, at least this first part, is very much focused on Dante's Inferno. But like our main guide who has been like helping or at least aiding Dante, at least at the beginning, was Virgilus. Who we have not seen for a good while now, to the point where I am getting a little concerned. But I don't have any control over that. We kind of just have to deal and hope that things are kind of fine with him. But like, yeah, Ishmael from Moby Dick, Don Quixote from Don Quixote, Rodian from Crime and Punishment, Sinclair from Demian, and then also some poetry, which is where Yusong comes from, being a classical, not really classical, like pseudo, I want to say pseudo-modern, but like a modern poet. And then Yoshihide also being a Japanese poet, where Ryoshu gets her name from. Heathcliff from Wuthering Heights. How many stacks is... He's at 5. 2. I'm trying to keep track of these mechanics. Mersault. Faust, also from the stage play. Mersault from The Stranger. Otis from The Odyssey. And like the way that they're all incorporating it into not only the characters' own specific stories, but also in the larger narrative when it comes to aspects of the city. Take a shot. It's all building off of stuff that like they very firmly established in Library of Runia. Like I'll make references and stuff to LobCorp. Hang on, to make sure it's here. I'll make references and stuff to LobCorp, but is it gain 1 or gain 2? Gain 1, so guard this. And that's on use. Because a lot of the seating for it is there. Yes, that Otis is the Otis from the Odyssey. To be vague as I can, I'm very positive that her situation is similar in a way to Don Quixote's. Yeah, and then Gregor is Gregor Samson from Franz Kafka's Metamorphosis. And it works. Like a lot of these a lot of these literary references especially work for their story and how the city kind of estranges them. And like their references and the stories themselves are like very analogous to their own original works. Especially notably, well, at least like in my case, like where is it? It was Glim. In my case, especially because I read Wuthering Heights like before Heathcliff's chapter came out, it's an incredible adaptation. Incredible adaptation that I really, really enjoy. Just on its own merits. Please. This is why you're the best Ryoshu. No, like they make very... Like they're using them not just for... Like they're using them... because actually, like, Resident Evil Revelations is like a really good example. Like the way that it kind of was just throwing references to Dante's Inferno out there. In a very, I do want to like genuinely say pretentious type of way. Like no, especially with all the Kantos that have come out so far. Project Moon's writing team have actually read the books. Like, they understand what they're doing with these characters. Damn it. And that's what makes, like, figuring out different characters' deal, like Faust and, Mersault, like, very interesting. Because you see all the different references and how those all work off of one another. And that even ties into the various ego that they end up getting. And it also works with the way that they're telling the stories kind of through those different identities and the different egos that the characters get. Like Rodion getting the Knight of Despair, absolutely one of my favorite picks for a Sinner and ID pair up. Meanwhile, Otis gets a lot of very, I want to say, interesting ego picks that really align with kind of her backstory, or at least the pieces that like I'm picking up. And it also feeds very well into their personality as well. Like Faust genuinely seems like Faust seems like she's kind of genuinely stuck in a real Faustian bargain. The specific details of it, unknown, but... it definitely feels like she at least partly regrets, that choice. But at the same time, it's been incredibly helpful for us. I'd also explain a lot more of Don Quixote, especially because, like, the way that they used her and the story is one of my favorite adaptations. But I can't, and I won't without, because that would kind of ruin... That would ruin one of my favorite Kantos story-wise.
끝났습니다.
효과적이네요. 이 방식을 기억하는 게 좋겠어요.
Damn, that worked out really well. Heathcliff with a ponytail. Keeps throwing me off, but no, it's actually really good. It fits him like shockingly well.
젖지 말고 가볍게 부어서 부탁드립니다. 역시
That should be these two, and then all set. 72. Damn it. Oh well. Okay, that's Limbus done, so now I can move over and actually finish up separate ways. Stretching. Oh, that's what that was. I feel like regardless of literally whenever I stream, it could be early in the morning or it could be when I usually stream, like around 6 p.m. EST. Is there an actual Faust novel or is it just a folktale? There's a play for it. It's a stage play. At least that's the one that I'm most familiar with, even though I haven't seen the play myself. Because I know, what was it? I'm trying to remember the name of the story that Ryoshu like specifically comes from. But like that one's just a poem. And Yi-song is like very specifically attributed to the to one of Yi-song's works, Wings. Which is kind of what the Millie song is named after. Also, because Yi-song is also the only, like, actually kind of Korean character, or at least, like, the Korean, like, namesake in the game, they really, really like, using his name as a pun. And for puns. Like the... Hang on, let me switch this over. The... like the spark... I have no other way of describing it other than spark. It's quite ideal. I am so of two minds. I'm so of two minds when it comes to puns, because when it comes to like Japanese or like Korean puns, like I like it. I think it's way more funny. I think it's more endearing. When it's any type of EN or English type of pun, I instantly like groan and roll my eyes. Thank you for the water. But yes, the spark for Limbus is called the ideal. But it's actually called, it's the ideal because like at 200 you get to pick whatever your ideal is. The ideal of the one that's on the banner. And it's represented by like a feather of a wing, because Yi-song's name also can read as ideal. And Yi-song's entire thing is about, like, his ideal version of self. Not entirely, but, like, that's a very truncated way of, like, reading his story. It's very witty. And there's also a couple of times where, like, very tongue-in-cheek, they'll lean into, Yi-song either saying his name or somebody saying like, oh, that's very ideal, and then Yi-song having to say something. Like, it's ridiculous. It's very like, no, it's cute. It adds texture.
Welcome. Got a selection of good things on sale, straight. What are you buying?
And now I am back to two small inventory case.
Thank you. Come back.
The impossibly small inventory case simulator. No, crossbow gets to be right side up. It deserves it. Actually, let me move this down here. Playing as Ada? Oh, that's her iconic dress, but that doesn't mean... I just looked up her throughout the... Yeah, she changed... She changed a bit, especially between RE2 and RE4. Personally, I like how she looks in RE6 a lot. Uh-oh. But yeah, this is the very signature red dress that she's attributed to. And I actually really like the version of it in 4 as well, in 4 Remake. I need to move, there's a guy behind me. Not good. That's the rare talent 5. They have a very weird classification for like certain ones. Yeah. Like, I'm not sure what Mothman is, like, kind of categorized as. Uh-oh. My aim's bad. I don't want to get close to you. Can you please? Please pop. Please pop. Please pop. There we go. I hate that thing so much. Mothman is a wild there. That's a very funny way of describing a cryptid, but sure. Oh, I have to go the... This is where they get like a little bit weird with the hook shot. Like, Ada doesn't need that to go that far, but... Oh cool, more rifle ammo that I'm not gonna use. I can't grab that from here? Whatever. Oh, also, because I feel like it's important to know. The starting position is incredibly weird. Because this is the collapsed tunnel. Like right before Ashley gets kidnapped. For the last time in 4. Like, this is literally from the last segment where Leon and her are together. Have I used the crossbow yet? Uh-oh. Cool. Now's a good time to learn. The crossbow is basically a grenade launcher. Also, hang on. Genuinely iconic. The only downside to the crossbow is the fact that you automatically reload it the second that you fire it. Which means that it's really good for damage, but like in really tight situations, you're not... You kind of don't want to use it. Mostly because it leaves you so vulnerable. But it is the... Ooh. But it is her equivalent of like a rocket launcher or a grenade launcher from like from the previous games. Two, 3, 4, 5. And then going this way is how I get the links. That is the first death. I'm so upset. I completely forgot that that guy was there. Wait, I have to buy the attaché case upgrade again.
Got a selection. What are you, boy? Thank you.
I have to also move everything again too. I'm not gonna do that right now. I have to. I have to. I have to. I have to because now I'm using the crossbow, and this is like when the crossbow is actually like really helpful. Put this up here. Oh, right, because I ran out of... Not ran out of, but I completely... depleted my, depleted a bunch of my health items. Also, this pump shotgun's probably one of my favorites in RE. And I think it's an Ada exclusive too. Because the equivalent that, oh my god. The equivalent that Leon gets is a, is the Striker. You've gotta be kidding me. I hate you. I'm just not... I'm not in the mood to deal with that. What's worse about dying to that point, to that guy too, is that I had like a thought for a very brief moment of like, oh, I need to hit pause and grab whatever healing item I can. But even if I was faster and did that, I didn't have a healing item in my inventory. So I was just going to die regardless. Shotgun. Want them a little bit closer. could have sworn I heard somebody with the stun baton behind me. Seitas ammo. If I'm gonna die in one hit anyway, I might as well at least get like a little bit more of my max health. Wrong. This one. Come on. I'm at a bad angle for that. It is also really fun to play in RE4's Mercenaries. I'm trying not to accidentally hit shot too early. It's really fun to play in RE4's Mercenaries. Mercenaries. Because she can grapple the enemies. So like what I'm doing where I'm shooting people from a distance to put them on their knees, she can grapple over to them and kick them. Which gives her a very extended attack range. Or effective melee range. Love it. This also means that I made a huge mistake selling those items. Which means I should have held them all the way until here. Whatever. I needed them when I needed them. Plus, it's not like I'm constantly hurting for ammo anyway. This is the part I remember the most. Because I think it's still like the most significant segment that they added for Separate Ways. And I'll admit, I was a little disappointed when it didn't come back for RE4 Remake. But I also kind of completely understand why. Let me make sure everything's loaded. It's a gun battery. It requires an activation key, blue, to work. Because I don't think... No, this doesn't show up anywhere. There's a reason this doesn't show up anywhere. This is excessive. The activation key. Oh yeah, they're also firing rockets. At the very least, they're giving me a first aid spray. She's not even like sitting down for that animation. They really just kind of slid her in there and then had her roll out. red herb. No, it's better to have these here. I was trying to go for that blue velvet. That was a mistake on my part. Oh, right. That one needs a unique gun battery. Please. Why this is how you get onto the ship? Very good question to ask, but I kind of am not in a position to ask right now. Especially considering how much they're shooting at me. Nothing else over here. I hear somebody with a chain, which means they have to be above me. You've got to be kidding me. I hate. At the very least, they are, like, a little bit more... They're being a little bit more generous with the green herbs here. It's not worth knifing here. Or at least it wasn't worth knifing there. My back's to a wall. There we go. I don't think an axe will kill me, but I have to be very careful. Like, they got a lot better. Uh-oh. They got a lot better with RE2 Remake and RE4 Remake, where, like, she actually looks a lot more Asian. I don't know why they do this. That's so excessive. They really didn't need to do this. Like, they managed to, like, change a lot of how Ada looks in... Oh my god. In RE2 Remake. And RE4 Remake, while still making her very recognizable. Without just relying on the color red. And now I have 3 minutes to get out of here. Where is it? Where is it? Okay, it kicks me out immediately. But now I need to go all the way back around. Yeah, it's weird. Because it was very much during the, because especially, like, when she first debuted into, like, you really had to kind of go off of their word. Oh my god. You really kind of had to go off of their word. And then for 4, their main way of kind of doing it was with the red dress. Sir, you don't need to do this. There we go. And then the ship sinks. That is the most significant departure and, like, uniquely Ada part of Separate Ways. Because this thing never shows up, and I don't think it's ever alluded to in the... You were just watching the whole time.
Welcome.
It's not like a reuse of any other area that's in the base game. Probably gonna get the rifle. I'm going to need the rifle.
What are you selling?
Which means I also can't sell the ammo.
Is that Thank you.
I'm going to need the rifle eventually, especially for next chapter. In all the game, she looks different between 8s. The red dress is the biggest confirmation. Yeah, the red dress being so definitively Ada was. I'm trying to be vague. I'm trying to be vague in the event that you do play it. Became a genuine plot point. For one of the games. Like, that's not Ada, that's not her color. Like, is a significant plot point for one of the games.
What are you buying?
Oh, so yeah, that proposed design for her in RE8, genuinely astonishing. I'm still upset that wasn't that she didn't make it to the full game. They still have a chance of remedying it. They have a chance of remedying it with RE9. Give us the first Resident Evil where the 2 playable characters are only entirely female. They have a chance. They have a chance. They have a chance to right the wrongs of their past. My inventory is getting a little bit full, but I also need to carry the... I almost ran through without saving. I need to carry the TMP for this for story consistency. Oh, wait, this is the part that I was thinking of before. Or at least it connected to it. Which also sucks considering that I'm going to need to save TMP ammo. Village is so much fun. Village definitely feels weird now in the... Please. Village feels like the first person... Uh-oh. That's bad. Feels like the first person Resident Evil games, like, shot at like their own RE4. Like there's a lot that it carries over. Just like in the design and DNA of it. Between it and Resident Evil 4. And it was really funny. It was really funny seeing them do basically doing like their own RE4 remake, and then knowing that RE4 remake was going to come. Uh-oh. And it also being the 8th entry, and then it being the 8th entry while taking so many notes from 4 was just like really funny. From like a fan standpoint. And it's not like they even hide it either. Like, the way that the game starts, I'll say properly starts, is very RE4. The college tracks became a plot point. It's so ridiculous. It's like, how can you possibly tell between these two? And it's like, one is red. Yeah, they're so on the nose about it, like, from the way that Village starts to, I'll vaguely say where you get the shotgun, to its slightly more open nature, to kind of the structure, it being like a remote village out in vaguely Eastern Europe, vaguely Western, vaguely Eastern Europe. The Duke, the merchant himself, like if you talk to him, one of the lines that oh my god, one of the lines that he says is like, oh my god, I'm gonna be so mad. One of his lines is, hey, I've been trying this out. What are you buying? It's something an old friend used to say to me. Like, it's something an old friend used to say. And it's like, no, they're very shameless about it being their take on, like their attempt at RE4. And like, I still really like it too. Like, it's a really good Resident Evil. It even has its own castle and like, island section. Which is funny, because like when I did kind of like pseudo speedrun 8 for one Halloween, I think it was the Halloween for like 2 years ago. 2 years ago. Like, no, most of your playtime is also in that castle. Like, it's a really... No, it's really neat. I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's easily one of my favorite REs at this point. How do I do this? That might have slipped through the crack. Considering the way that she is not a hear me out. She's not a hear me out. Like, no. The fact that so much of the marketing like changed instantly when people started like seeing her. Like, that was such a very... It feels hypocritical. Hang on, now I can switch back to my TMP. She is not a hear me out. She was very... No, the marketing changed. The marketing changed so drastically when people started going crazy for her. I've never seen I've never seen them do it like that before. Also, this, hang on, before I go too far. There's an aspect of her that would be a hear me out, but I will not spoil what that is. Because I want to... Is this the right door? Yes, it is. Yeah, because I complained about it for, like, Revelations, where, like, Revelations tried. That emote kills me every time I see it. Because Revelations tried to be horny, like, from the get-go, and, like, it made the game feel very weird and awkward, but then RE8 doesn't try... Preface. I'm gonna slightly adjust this, because I'm slightly wrong. RE8 doesn't try to be super horny. There are parts where they clearly do kind of lean into it for Lady D. But it very much was not like the core driving force in the game. And especially with the marketing and like how big of a focus she ended up being in the marketing, it became really funny. Because I remember one of the complaints that like came out often for RE8 when it first came out was like Lady Dimitrescu and like her castle take up only like a small portion of the game with how much she was showing up in the advertising. Like you would think she was a bigger portion, and it's like that's what happens. That's what happens when a lot of people get like really... The bulldozer's broken, must be Leon's handiwork. That's what happens when a lot of people get super horny. Online woman. Wait, there were a bunch of guys that were incredibly horny for her. Turns out a lot of guys really like big, tall women. Leon, don't worry, you're gonna see him in a second. It was such a interesting way that like Village ended up turning out. Because they were very much trying to be like an ensemble villain cast, but then Lady Dimitrescu kind of really got the heavy focus. Eight's very interesting. I like 8. That advertising was a very funny situation. But to point out, because I want to point this out because this is the chapter that gets really weird. I wasn't talking about Lady D when I said that. But I want to point it out because it was something that I pointed out in the first half of this when I did it last night. Because this game's been pretty... Separate Ways has tried very hard to do the whole, like, oh, when Leon was doing this... Maybe a lot of guys want to feel small and Lady D brought it out of him. Yes, precisely that. Precisely that. Sometimes a tall woman is very nice. Sometimes you want to be able to be lifted up by a tall woman. Speaking from purely objective and not at all subjective and personal standpoint. But Separate Ways chapter 1, like 2 and 3, like all tried to do like, oh, Ada was here doing this stuff while Leon was doing this. This chapter is when that falls apart. Because the Leon truck segment happens, he crashes in here. After the truck segment, because she spawns in a tunnel after the final crash with the big thing that leads into here, the implication is that Ada did all of the stuff that she just did while Leon got up, walked through this door, Wait, what's over here? Ew. Oh, come on! Hate this. Walked through this door, had a cutscene with Salazar, had Ashley taken from him, Went through here. Oh my god. I hate these guys so much. I am simply stating objective fact. Sir. Sir, where did you even come from? Two, three, there we go. Came through this room. Nothing over here. Oh my god, I don't have any... This is absurd. This is what happens. This is the unfortunate side effect of what happens whenever you get, like, too good at Resident Evil 4. You just end up having, like, too much stuff in your inventory to the point where, like, you have to waste ammo. Or else it's just gonna keep overflowing. And then walks through here. She does it with purpose. She's doing it purposely to be stylish. Because this starts relatively early into Leon's knife. Not early, like mid part of Leon's knife fight.
Sake. Umbrella. Almost let it slip. Enough talk. Die, comrade.
And then this is when Leon's smashing.
Ada! Well, if it isn't the bitch in the red dress.
Looks like we have the upper hand here.
Like, she shows up just in the nick of time.
You may be able to prolong your life, but it's not like you can escape your inevitable death, is it?
You knew each other?
More or less. Maybe it's about time you told me the reason why you're here.
Maybe some other time.
And then that's the end of the chapter.
Leon S. Kennedy. Perhaps the most essential part of this mission. This story wouldn't be complete without him and his formidable survival skills. He has what it takes to survive against overwhelming odds. I've seen him do it before. And he's improved since then. Practically a genius, he has smarts and he knows how to use them. On top of that, his service as a government agent has toughened him up. I'll work behind the scenes to make him think he's the primary player here, though it may be naive of me to think that'll be easy. Considering the involvement of both Sadler and Krauser, the possibility of unforeseen problems is there. But I need him in the supporting role for me to achieve my goals. I'll do whatever it takes to keep him in his place and make this all go smoothly. Of course, his role didn't exist at all until a few months ago. Back then, my role was much simpler too. But that was before the president's daughter was abducted and Leon was dispatched alone to find her. Talk about a major script revision. I don't think I need to worry. Leon's been through worse and always comes up smelling like roses. His consistent luck is part of the reason why I have absolute and unshakable faith in my vision of what's in store for him.
So she believes in him. Ada calling Leon a genius in private monologue insane. She is right in how do I put it? Ada calling Leon a genius in a private monologue. He is smart. Like, I'm glad that they at least kind of like, especially show it more in RE2 Remake. He is like genuinely really capable. He's incredibly capable. He has very good survivor instincts. And he's genuinely really good at like adapting on the fly, especially if he got through RPD. Getting through RPD with nobody telling you what to do and everything being locked and everything being made by goddamn why am I immediately forgetting his name? Trevor. The insane architect also responsible behind the Spencer Mansion and a couple of other buildings in the Baker Estate for some reason. Like, no, Leon has to be at least like succeeding in some capacity to make it through that place in the middle of a zombie infestation, make it through an umbrella laboratory, and then make it out. When it comes to people, however, he's not exactly the smartest. And I think they've made that consistent between 2, 4, and 6. Despite how much Leon keeps changing, he is very much a dork when it comes to interacting with other people. And that's what makes him so charming. He's also highly adaptable when it comes to weapons. Chapter 5. This should be the last chapter. Mike!
Report. Time is almost up.
Krauser's dead.
Really? Leon doesn't die easily. That's fine. We can use him to clean up Sadler for us. We'll let them fight it out. Neither one of them will manage to come out unharmed.
Easier said than done.
Either way, it's your job to clean up what's left of them when the fight is over. Don't forget who is running the show. Whatever happens, we can't let either of them...
You did have to do chemistry in order to get out of that lab.
Our goal is to retrieve the sample. Take out anything that might interfere with our plans.
He's also a qualified, like, he was a qualified, like, special agent obtaining the sample. Buddy, why weren't you here when Leon needed you?
Welcome. Got a selection of what are you buying? Not enough cash, stranger.
I'm going to suffer. There are two major things that are going to happen in this chapter. That will make my life a nightmare.
Is that all? Is that? Thank you. Is that all? Is that
I already messed up with the links because I forgot about that.
Come back anytime.
There are two things that are going to happen this chapter that are going to make my life a nightmare, apart from my ever dwindling inventory space. Sadler, so... That completely muted stare where he doesn't... He's such a weird antagonist. While still being like one of the series' most iconic, unfortunately. I'm better off using the shotgun to use its ammo. I say before I get into it. Before this happens. 3 shots. You also really cannot afford to miss with the crossbow. Like, you really do need to land all the shots. Why are you not? Give me that. Why you had a first aid spray, I'm not gonna ask. Who threw something at me? I'm gonna... Okay. Any time that, like, you take off one of their heads and they still walk around for, like, a good 3 seconds, instantly becomes one of my least favorite 50-50s to ever play. I'm gonna back that. I'm alive? Okay. This sucks. I am so dead. So I knew something like that. You've got to be kidding me. If I reload this, that won't be enough. I have to spend one TMP round. Or 7. Okay. So, this chapter is annoying, to say the least. Mostly because I really need to prep for something later. Something that's coming up really soon, actually. And it is like actual boss fight. So it means I'm probably forced to use the rifle for a little bit. Because I kind of wanna... That really wasn't necessary. So I need to stockpile certain ammo types. Oh my god, I say right before I'm stuck in here. I feel like that range got very generous for me. Or at least the spread was very generous. Also, something about the way that the enemies fly back, especially for Ada's hits. Like, her kicks feel like way more visceral than Leon's. There we go. Something about the speed. Oh my god. Something about the speed and, like, the ferocity of it. Can I... That's 2. There's somebody, like, outside that door. Hang on, no, go in that corner. Ah. There we go. Why? Why are you now shooting at me? I like how I said I'm probably going to try and use the rifle a little bit more. But then I'm in constant situations where switching to it and aiming is a lot harder than just taking quick shots with the handgun. I think going down here is better. Or at least it lets me see if there's health down here. Because I need to open that door anyway. That was not gonna save you. If only holding up your hands helped you against, like, a... what? .35 caliber sniper rifle. Pointed directly into your face from 5 feet away. And I'm almost overstocked again. Yay. Literally suffering from success. This is also part of the reason why I didn't play on a normal. Because the enemies taking more damage means that, like, the way that I play, I'm not overstocked with ammo so much to the point where, like, I have to actively waste it. And then these just suddenly relock behind, specifically just to mess with Ada. 1, 2. Where are they? I somehow hit that bolt while it was flying. Where is it? There's another one. Where are you? Are you just on the ground? You are. Knowing how these enemies like to spawn, I'll pull out the shotgun. You will not convince me that you were that ready to turn on a swivel for me. Cool. You've gotta be kidding me. There's so much. I have too much health. Okay, what if we do this? Okay, that did nothing. Oh my god. Whatever. Hang on, there's a way to make this work. Oh, you're all the way over there. And I'm at the dangerous point where, like, I can't really afford to get hit. I have to make this count. Still too much ammo. Whatever. Shotgun ammo. TNP. Something bad's gonna happen when I press this. Or not. Maybe when I hit the other one. Too much ammo. Why? How am I constantly in this state? Hang on, I can at least use this. Which means I can go back and pick this up. I especially want to get rid of the rifle ammo because of the first boss coming up. We're insufferable. Thank you for the water. That wasn't third to you, Moro. One. I have to like count. 2, 3. Okay. I need to use like 2 more rifle rounds. You know what? Or just... I don't care. Get rid of it. Health is more important than rifle ammo that I'm trying to get rid of anyway. I'm also trying to remember, because I think through here is when my nightmare begins. Which means I'm pulling out the TMP now. Oh, cool. Rifle ammo. I almost ran into that. That's revenge for Mike. I heard somebody giggle. One, 2, 3. So if I'm right about my timeline, Leon should be in the middle of fighting Krauser about now. That's important. No, he should be done. Yep, because this is right after.
Leon, you okay?
Yeah.
It's funny how they found two different ways
We have to get that parasite out of your body.
to result in Leon getting stabbed.
But before that, I gotta save Ashley.
Fine. Let's split up.
Because one, that is kind of a very important scene in your mind is an enigma. Because Leon getting stabbed in that moment kind of also is very important. Purely due to the stuff with Las Plagas. But then they also end up finding a way of making that work for they also end up finding a way to result in him getting stabbed due to Las Plagas in Remake. It's like poetry, it rhymes.
Welcome.
Listen,
Got a selection.
I didn't-
What are you buying?
I didn't say a single thing during that scene, Moro. I don't know why you're giggling.
What are you selling?
I said nothing suspect.
Is that all? Is that all? What are you buying? Is that all straight?
Just
Thank you.
barely able to make it to the
Come back anytime.
to that last upgrade. Come on. This is also one of those things where like the oh my god. This is the one part where I think they break the rule about enemies being in a place where they can interact with the where the merchant also is. Because technically it's also in a place where they can theoretically attack him in the base game. But like for that specific reason is why he changes floors. Hang on. Ooh, baby, a triple. Easy. I especially hate Las Plagas. Like, I don't want to say I'm glad that they've defined Resident Evil since. Especially when it comes to Ouroboros. Thank God I'm finally out of rifle ammo. They genuinely unsettle me the most. I hate parasites. One, two, three. I will say though, they were very interesting for making flash grenades have like an offensive purpose. I think that's one of the most unique things about Resident Evil 4, where flash grenades are a high value like utility item. We're getting shot with a crossbow. It's not fun when it's not a cute girl putting my life in danger. This dead body is sickening, especially the mouth. I can't look at it any longer. Yeah, so this regenerator is at least laying on the bed here. For some reason, not awake when Ada's here, or when there's 3 other guys in a room. But, like, 2 minutes later when Leon comes through, that's when he wakes up. Try to keep you hydrated. Thank you. Thank you for lurking.
Oh, Krauser, I'm sorry. I jumped the gun when I reported you dead to Wesker. Think of all the paperwork I would have to fill out if you were to show up alive.
So, oddly enough, just like in Assignment Ada, Ada does end up fighting Krauser for some reason, even though Leon was supposed to have killed him. I'm trying to make the miner getting taken over in the last entry. I love to dig to alert Sadler. You're... Everyone has their own prerogative. That's what I'll say. That's... Ooh. I almost died because I did that too early. This fight with Krauser is also just like a little bit worse because the environment is a lot tighter. Like you have not nearly as much room to move around. Flashbang, yay. He also reuses voice lines. Why is he allowed to move during that? Also, you get to hear Leon fighting in the background. Uh-oh. So, like, while Leon is suffering through the gauntlet, Ada's up here finishing the job with Krauser. Wait, let me... I have to make sure to pick up everything before they... You can't do this. I have to make sure I still have TMP ammo, though. You've got to be kidding me. I hit it too early. At least this fight isn't, like, too bad. But I still do not like having to fight him so up close. Honestly, the bridge was, like, slightly better. She very... Yeah, the new... Oh my god. Yeah, that attack is so annoying. That attack's specifically annoying because, like, if you hit it too early, you're actually going to get hit. There's no point in me adjusting this. I love how much they lean into, like... No, she's very... Ugh. I adore her voice in 4 and 6. The part of that bias that definitely comes from experience of playing 4... Give me this. I hate that because, like, specifically you have to make sure that you don't hit it too early. But all the other ones you have to make sure that you hit really quickly so that you can actually get a follow-up attack on.
Come on.
The new actress is great too. I genuinely... Ooh, I really like her. I think she's a really... Oh my god. She gives a really great performance. What am I doing? What am I doing? Move this here. This here. She still carries a lot of the... the subtly sexy kind of parts of Ada. Okay, I thought I might have died. There's no way he has that much health left. There's a reason that a lot of people really like this Ada. That's... She's very iconic for a reason. Even remake, I think in the in Mercenaries there is a no, there is. There's a skin that you can unlock for her, like an alternate outfit where it is a red dress. Very much to take notes from this one from 4. I'm dead. I hate that one. I hate that one so much. I constantly feel like I'm getting punished for doing what the game wants me to and reacting too quickly. Hate you. Oh, I'm actually out of ammo. Cool. I hate... And that killed me. I hate that attack. It's specifically that attack, and it feels like he does that so much more specifically in the fight against Ada than Leon, purely because of the range. Like, the environment, like, triggers him to do it a lot more.
Come on.
I really like the dress in a remake. It's really good. It's really good. It's a great way of, like, keeping... Hang on, that was X and A. It's a great way of keeping something that's so, again, iconic and classic, while being a nice reiteration of it. Again. Such an annoying boss. Uh-oh. I hate the little dashes he does. I can't get out of this corner. All the times that you usually do your annoying little flips, that's the one time you don't. Perfect. Thank God. And then just replays the same death animation that he played
That's
with
a
Leon.
large thing you have there. But I don't like it when men play rough.
I'll be honest, I completely forgot that she had that line. I completely forgot that she says that. I genuinely completely forgot that she said that. All I'm saying, all I will say, maybe some slight adjustments were appreciated. Sir, what are you doing up here? Maybe some slight adjustments to the script were for the best, I'll say. I keep forgetting.
Welcome.
I keep forgetting how some of the lines are in this
What are you
game.
buying? What are you selling?
The residents are going their separate ways very soon. Also, welcome, Dark.
Is that all?
Dark Remag.
Thank you.
We are near the end of our separate ways. For how many of our separate ways that we keep going, we tend to overlap with Leon fairly frequently at this point.
What are you buying?
The bingo line is genuinely iconic, and I still can't parse if they were genuinely trying to make him, like, sound cool or not. Also, this is the double whammy, where, like, they kind of really...
You'll soon harbor an awesome power.
A very
Yet
unique,
it seems you would rather choose death.
I'm taking Ashley back, whether you like it or not.
difficulty spike
The
for Ada.
audacity of youth.
Leon, now!
This is the version on Steam, so it's the one that's based off of the
Let's go.
the PS2 port. So it has assignment Ada and separate ways. And now a Sadler boss fight. I remember getting stuck here for a while when I first played this. Let's see how well I can kind of remember. Because he does a... Because he does a very unique thing. I want to get into that room, but I'm probably gonna have to drop down. This is why I was trying to hold off on spending all my TMP ammo. It's so weird that they have to cut to the FMV. That they have to cut to the FMV for that. But yes, shooting him too much will cause that to play, which causes him to shoot the bullets out of his hand. Tues instant HE. It's like 3 ADP. Not 380. 360, my bad. Oh my god. Thankfully I have at least all of these. Okay. I don't know why he gets... I don't know why he gets, like... Wesker's palm attack. That's a mean backhand. I don't know if this is actually dealing damage to him. Why? I was trying to get out of there. Huh? Why are you... Sir? Oh yeah, he runs to you. Oh. Also, if you're close enough for, like, that flinch animation to play, you don't need to worry about the reload for Ada's crossbow. Which is, like, weird, because it means, ooh, you're slightly better off for, like, aiming towards the ground. Oh no. I'm dead. I forgot how much damage that does. Sir. I need to get into this rhythm again. That is just Wesker's palm strike. You've got to be kidding me. That is triggers. Okay. I will not complain. Sir. That was half of my health. What? How much? That is ridiculous. I died more on Krauser than I did fighting the guy that I remember getting stuck on. He did lose a lot of the camp in the remake. And this is how he somehow had her tied up. And then he's perfectly fine.
Better try a new trick, cause that one's getting old. You okay?
I've been better.
What's so funny?
Oh, I think you know.
I also do like the slight
The
changes that they did to
American
this
prevailing
segment
is a cliché
for
that only happens in your Hollywood movies. Oh, Mr. Kennedy, you entertain me. To show my appreciation, I will help you awaken from your world of clichés.
yeah, he lost a lot of camp in the
Stand
remake,
back.
which is unfortunate because he is kind of like he's funny in a really goofy way. And then Ashley sees her somehow, and there's just a rocket launcher there. I love that PNG. Also, Leon fighting. Love my boy. So 2 minutes. I'll be honest, I don't remember a lot of the enemies being here. But like the way that they ended up carrying this over to separate ways was like really cool. Oh my god. For RE4 Remake Separate Ways. Because I remember the running and I remember the bombs. I don't remember the... Oh my god. Please. I don't remember the enemies being here. Sir. Sir? Sir. Thank you. You too. You need to. Also, you can just kind of sit here for a little bit. Yeah, the small and like constant adjustments that they made for it
Use this.
really help synergize the experience a lot better. It feels less oddly tacked on. Because the base game was clearly made with it kind of in mind. It looks so crunchy.
Sorry, Leon. Hand it over.
Ada, you do know what this is.
Still a gorgeous shot. If only the video wasn't 360p.
Don't worry. I'll take good care of it.
Ada!
Here, catch. Better get a move on. See you around.
Good move from the base game, especially with the U3 fight. Yeah, it's really nice. Like, I was really shocked that Ada got that for her Separate Ways. But like, it's really nice that she feels way more genuinely integral to the actual plot going on. And they're separate ways. A lot longer than Assignment Ada, but like significant enough and fun enough with its own unique things, especially between the grappling hook and the crossbow. That like, no, I really like this. I really like this edition in general. I honestly wish that I played this a lot more, but at the same time remember the parts specifically in like chapter 5 as the main reasons why I don't. But it's incredibly fun. The walkie-talkie conversations with Sadler too. Like, yeah, I kind of miss those. It's very, very goofy that he just somehow knows how to intercept your transceiver. Sally Cahill. Michael Go is the name of Sadler. Is Sadler's VA. Capcom. In your crunchy glory. And clear time 3 hours, died 5 times, one of which being to an enemy. 3 to 4 of them. 3 of them were Krauser, and 1 was Sadler. Can't believe we killed Adam Sandler. He shouldn't have been toying with parasites. You can now buy a Chicago typewriter from the merchant. So now that is base game clear. That is the base game clear, that is Assignment Ada, and that is Separate Ways. And now we also get Ada's report. I want to load this up really quickly though. I believe it was special 2.
Got some rare things. What are you buying?
Matilda, my beloved.
What are you buying?
The most important thing though, where are you?
Not enough cash.
I need 1 million. I need to do a Chicago typewriter run. There's also the Infinite Launcher, and then there's the PRL. Use the charge attack to decimate all surrounding enemies with the supremely powerful laser weapon. It looks so goofy.
Thank you.
Yeah, here it is. Is PRL from another Capcom game? I do not believe so. Because the way this thing works specifically is that it... Oh. I didn't think it would target the crows. This outfit for Leon is always phenomenal. I wish I had the Chicago typewriter to show off what you could do if you reload with it. Welcome, Saidaku. Let me at least go through a cutscene with this. It is the Plagas. Yeah, the Plagas removal laser. That's why it's the PRL. I at least want to play like the first cutscene with it. I'm eventually gonna end up playing through this enough, or again, to get the ammo for it. Not the ammo, the money for it, because I love the hat thing. Right, it only plays in-game. Oh, right, this is fully upgraded. He
everything
looks...
okay?
There was a hostile local. I had no choice but to neutralize him. There are still others
He
surrounding the
looks
area.
so goofy.
Get out of there and
He's not a zombie. He looks so goofy, but I love this outfit so much. But yeah. The Chicago typewriter on its own has like a very normal kind of flat mag, where it has a flat magazine that you load into it, but whenever you have that outfit, it changes that to being a drum mag. The drum mag, because you also can't reload with it, whenever you have that, when you have that outfit on, when you try to reload, Leon simply adjusts his hat. But if you do it 3 times, he also tosses it up. It's very stylish. I love it. I have water. I'm drinking, hang on. I'm drinking so much water that I need to do a BRB. While I also figure out what I'm gonna play next. Been watching it, when I've been watching you, it's been the sections where you don't kill the snakes and take their eggs. 1, that is not their eggs. Those are chicken eggs. 2, Separate Ways does not have any snakes to kill. That was one thing that I definitely do remember very notably. Plug on Blasters, a missed opportunity. They only really started leaning into like the Mega Man stuff, like right after that. It is not their eggs now. No, not theirs. I need that. It's more important to me. But yes, let me, hang on. Let me set up the ad really quick and then go on to BRB so I can actually use the bathroom. Oh my god. Sorry, that was a fly. Thank you for the follow, Dark Remag. All customers are welcome to the atelier, link down below. Let me set up this. Oh wait, I don't think I can do it from here. Oh, that sucks. Let me set this up to play so that I can quickly take a quick break and then also come back and figure out what I am going to stream, because it might just be me also doing more. It might be me doing Blue Protocol dailies again, since the reset literally just happened. So yeah, be right back. Please. There we go. Okay, perfect. Let me switch this back over. Okay. Yeah, so now is the fun part where I try to figure out what I stream. Because I mostly... Because I did part separate ways. I did part of separate ways yesterday. Also, that acquired all of the outfits for me. Which meant that Ashley can now be in her formal night attire. Which is very funny considering that I'm the one defending her. But yeah, that's separate ways in Resident Evil completely done? No, there is still technically one more that I'm going to play before the month is over. That's still one more. There is one more that I want to play before the month is over. I'm like halfway through Alien Isolation. I'm also going to finish Little Goody Two Shoes on Saturday. That puts me in a very difficult position because even if I do start... Because I wanted to also play Resident Evil 2. I have a plan for Resident Evil 2 that I want to do for Halloween on Friday. For the Friday after next. Which means I have the other half of this month where I don't know what I'm going to stream for a spooky game. Which is very counterintuitive when you really like doing horror games. At this point, hang on. Because at this point, I might as well just... Because I already played RE3. I did RE3 on stream, like, right before the month started, I think. Did everything of RE4 2005. I hate that parentheses. I could do server pull for that. Because I did RE3, I did RE4, I did Ada's campaign for RE6. I don't want to do RE5 solo. I did Revelations, unfortunately. I also can't do Rev 2. I don't want to do Rev 2 solo. That one is also kind of... Rev 2, RE5, and RE6 are like all tied with the... I want to do them with other people, because I just did the Ada campaign for 6. I could have sworn I played Resident Evil 7 this year. I guess I didn't. I could probably do a run through of RE7 and RE8, but those are also like, those I could finish in one stream. The thing I want to do with RE2 is going to be Halloween. Then I guess it would just be a replay of RE1, because I think the last time I played was Chris's story. Yeah. So it would be me playing through Jill's campaign again. RE7 and RE8 I can play pretty quickly. This is just inadvertently turning into an RE marathon. I might... I'll think about it. Because I do have Alien Isolation to finish, and I'm pretty certain I can finish it. I'm pretty certain I can finish it tomorrow. I know for a fact I will finish Little Goody Two Shoes Saturday. There are also 2 other games that I know that I really don't want to play. That would be intimidating to me. So yeah, I'll probably put it up as a poll in the server. What did I say I was gonna do this stream? I finished Separate Ways, so now I'm free. But I've only also been going for 4 hours and I want to go for like at least like 2 more. This is why I just have a bunch of stuff in here that is very uncategorized. Just go with as I choose. Right, Blue Protocol. Yes, because the server would have just reset. Those also wouldn't take like an hour. Those wouldn't take... those are not going to take that long. But that does help. I am wondering though, because not streaming yesterday, not streaming at the time that I wanted to yesterday, thank you driver updates, really threw off my schedule, very unfortunately. Because I would have played Metaphor, and then that would have set up everything fine for like doing the 2 games that I wanted to do. Not technically 2 games, because I wanted to do Assignment Ada and then Separate Ways today, but then I said, screw it, just jump to Assignment Ada and Separate Ways at night, since I was going to be the quick one anyway. And then that... So far, I think I've only had like 2 days where everything was scheduled and went off without a hitch. Everything from like this point on has been very... just kind of all over the place, I can't lie. Which isn't a bad thing. Like, honestly, that's kind of the fun part. Especially now that I've been leaning into it more. Especially that I've been leaning into it more. With just jumping between different, with jumping between different games. Like, it's been... I'm glad that I've been doing this more. I'm glad that I've kind of been... I thought that said... I've been glad that I've been kind of just like letting myself jump between games a lot more, so it's not purely playing like only 1 or 2 things. 1 or 2 things for like the entire stream and then that being it. Because turns out, being able to improv and just go off of different things has been really fun. Oh, those characters are like up to 53. I really need to continue with the story. I've been falling behind a little bit. Are they all ranged? No. Okay. Felt like they were all ranged. Spread mechanic. Ifrit. Oh, these people are like actually doing mechanics. Oh, it's on me. 3, 2, 1. Easy. That went so much faster than the one last night. 1, 2, 3, 4. I love being able to figuring out how to do that. What was I saying? Yeah, I like being able to now I want to say freely. Whoops, I forgot that was still in the party. To kind of very freely just jump between like different games and stuff. That's honestly also part of why the chatting stream from like last night went on for so long. This is dungeons that I don't need to do right now. Cause I think I'm just getting better. Same focus, that's 200. I think I'm just generally getting better to the flow of just open conversation. If I do one chaotic realm, that'll put me at 125. Because it's also defeating monsters, it's also defeating a boss. Okay, yeah, so I can do that. I'm just getting... I don't need to do that, actually. I'm getting better at just, going with the flow of conversations and being... I want to say... off the cuff, or like... very flow state. What are they doing up here? Like, it's fun. It's fun being able to just have these various kind of not necessarily long-winded, but just like more free-flowing conversations. 15-minute time limit. Because that was part of the that was part of like what made the Ooh. That's what the part of what made the conversation from last night so much fun, because it like flowed just from like talking about creative stuff, and then that led into D&D because of the request for like a goblin voice. And then that led into me talking about my D&D character that I've been playing for like over, oh my god, over like a year and a half now. And then that gave me ideas about like DMing, and that led into writing, which led into a conversation about acting. Like, I like those very flow conversations. I remember I used to have a couple of friends who, like, I would stay on the phone with for, like... Because this was, like, before, like... This was when Skype was dying. Like, much before Discord. Like, before Discord was even, like, really that big of a thing. I think I did use it for, like, a couple of friends at that time. But it wasn't, like... the Discord as we know it now. Uh-oh. I have to be careful here. Hang on. Ooh. Yeah, the conversation from last night was, like, about my character, like, really going through a lot of struggle. Especially with her own self-worth, as well being a paladin. And losing a friend, and how, like, she really blamed herself for it. Because it was such a fun... It's such an interesting way of, like, taking this character. And that's what made, like, doing those monologues and performing as them, like, so fun. 'Cause, like, it's not like we weren't going through any struggle before. Yeah, and keeping conversation flowing. That's why I really liked the friends that like I had for a while. Or like the ones that I would used to call on the phone and like we would talk for literally hours. We would talk for just like hours straight about various different things. Like it was a very naturally flowing conversation. Like we would just transition between topics very easily in the corner. These two. Like no, they were really... That one especially, was a big friend of mine. Oh no, it wasn't melodrama. Like, full on a character is now in a direct, is in a torturous, like, hell dimension. And it is very directly, partly that paladin's fault. And so I described it as like, yeah, she's having her own Evangelion episode, 25-26. And like for the full week, not for like the full week, because I was doing other things, but like no, she was in her own torture dimension trying to figure out, she was in her own torture dimension, like, trying to figure out stuff from that point on. Which now has led her to, like, a very interesting character development moment. I'm very firmly in the... spread. I'm very firmly in the, I like making my characters suffer, because that gives them like very good opportunities to grow. That's my mentality as a writer. Suffering builds character, suffering builds character. But it is important that like they do have like those moments, that they do have those moments of levity to like not purely be suffering. But it's a very conscious balance that they have to do. Who is where? Who? Like, it's a very conscious effort to, like, balance that and make that work for the character. Having a torture doll? It's not even like I'm purposely making this character suffer. Like, she's just fortunately, like, going through a bunch of shit constantly. And, like, it provides conflict. It provides her, like, a lot of very rich conflict to, like, really grow and develop as a character. That's why I really like having, Trauma Navigator. Interesting. Whoops. Hang on. I've been trying so long. I've been waiting to the point where like I can do that on the self-same wall. It's more so... how do I describe it? I like a character who goes through conflict, not necessarily just for them to suffer. But like, when a character is going through like a very... That's been the very good thing about the campaign that I've been going through, especially with the DM storytelling. Because now my character has been in two positions where like she has not been able to help someone. She was very directly limited in her, like literally like pinned to a roof, pinned to the ceiling, where like she couldn't do anything in a situation where Like, no, she was trying to do something. She was trying to do what she thought was the right thing. And like that sense of powerlessness. And it's not even something that like I directly asked the DM to do. It's just this story happened in a way where that happened twice now. Here to see someone based on how shitty I was preaching and trying to go past that. I think that's also a very interesting way of like developing like a character if you want to like explore aspects of yourself. But this character did not start out like that. This character is a very, not a plain Jane, but like a very normal type of paladin. Who like did have her own like conflict and issues and flaws. And like I'm still trying to carry over one of those flaws because that was very integral to her as a paladin. Login reward. What is this? Oh, that's cool. But like a lot of her conflict is now around like her being helpless when like deliberately trying to help somebody or trying to help people who like she became a paladin to help. And it's not like that was like purposely done, or at least like directly done. It's just like it naturally occurred through the storytelling. She was now in two situations where she was physically restrained and could not do anything to help people who she genuinely really wanted to. And again, it's not like I asked the DM to do like, hey, can you set up for this thing? It would be very thematic for my character to have these situations happen twice in such close proximity. Like, no, it just happened because of certain circumstances. And that was part of the kind of growth period where it has happened twice in a campaign and thrice in a character story where they have now been completely limited in their ability to do something. Completely limited and restrained from their ability to do what they thought was good. Because they just literally were overpowered. And it's very thematic, especially because the third time it happened was after losing her oath. Because she did something very selfish. She did something very selfish as a way to like try to not feel that powerless again. Reaction to it and based on what you know. Huh? I don't think I fully understand what you mean with that. Like the formation of the story? Because I'm almost certain that like the things that happened with this character I don't think that this NPC was meant to be as significant as they are ending up being. They're meant to be around, but especially within the last few sections of like the last few sessions of what we were doing, very much was not meant to be doing what they ended up doing. Gives you a situation, but based on but you react based on approximately how you would. No. No. The way that I've done, there have been several times in the campaign where, also part of this probably comes with like me being an actor and me wanting to explore a character on like that character's terms. There have been a couple times where my paladin, where I've come to a conclusion and I can make a certain inference based off of certain things. And I would roll an insight check for myself, for my character, of like, okay, I can figure this out. I would figure this out. This is what I would do. Would my character come to the same inference? And would she remember this? And if I wasn't sure, I would roll. I would roll an insight check for it. If it passed what I thought was like fair enough for the threshold, because this also, part of this is also part of me being like having the Agent City Patrol. Part of this is also like my own experience as being a DM. Like I'm very capable of separating myself from the characters that I play, which is a very healthy thing for an actor to do. There's a reason why a lot of method actors have their reputation. But I would have her roll for certain things where it's just like, oh, I could make this connection, I would make this inference, but that doesn't mean that my character would, especially considering her wisdom stat and her intelligence stat. They're not negative. They're not like, they're not in the negative. I feel like I am very safe in saying that I am smarter than my D&D character. Very easily, because, well, like, no, she's meant to be kind of like a... I keep self-describing her as like a country bumpkin, but like, she is very noble, but she's not incredibly smart and she's not incredibly wise and doesn't have a lot of experience when it comes to people. What the hell? So a lot of the decisions and a lot of inferences that I would make, I don't imagine that being something that she would make. So what that results in is if I come to a conclusion about something that is like very obvious to me, I essentially roll against myself to infer if my character would make that same connection. If I think it's too far, I'll put the DC pretty high, like above a 15. If it's pretty easy that I think that the character would do it, I probably won't roll for it. I could probably self-justify it. That's why, like, I find this character really fun and interesting, because they have done several things that I would not have done. And like, I'm playing them based off of that. I'm liking how she's turning out as a character a lot as a result of it. And I'm not sure what I could possibly do with her outside of or past this campaign because of that. Same thing that happened with an illusion mage that I had, where I really, really like that character. Absolutely would not operate in the same way that I usually do. With them. Would not operate the same way that I do outside of the game. But that's part of the fun. That's part of the fun of being able to play like a different character. It's like aspects I turn up to 11. I do know that there are people that do that. Like, there are people who do that, and I think that's also part of why some people get very drawn to like their own characters, or like especially like creative characters. Like, I know a lot of people are very attached to their characters in FF14. But like, unfortunately, for the most part, I still mostly see like my FF character as a completely separate entity from me. Like, not as in like a full OC, like they do, like I have like some headcanon stuff, but it's not like I have an entire blog written up about them. it's just certain aspects and certain ideas that I now have for how I would characterize them. That lets them breathe more as like their own character. Because I find that interesting. I like seeing like different characters like that. Even this character who is using my name, mostly because for branding, I'll say. No, I wanted to go for like a very rocker type of aesthetic, especially since I really like the idea of a soul musician. I like the idea of the offensive healer, and it overlaps a lot with how much I really like Hunting Horn and Monster Hunter. Albeit, I wish I could play Hunting Horn and Monhun a little bit better, or a little bit more. But I like these different, like, characters. I like these, that's also part of the fun part of, like, creating. Of, like, this character isn't me, so I need to dislodge myself from, like, thinking, oh, this is how I would react in a situation. It's like, okay, I know how I would react in this situation. How would this character react in this situation? Because that's a very fun, creative, idea. Like, it's a very fun, creative premise. Because it firmly gets you out of your own head and gets you to think about things from, like, another character's perspective. Or gets you to think like somebody else, for, like, a little bit. That's why I really want to try and that's why I really like playing D&D. And especially why I like playing all these, like, different characters with, like, their own motives and ideas. Even honestly, one of my biggest aspirations, is to play a character who feels so firmly outside of my realm of, familiarity and, like, mental space and morality, that it's like, I hate this character. That it's like, I hate this character, but there's so much fun to play. Like a character I'm very morally opposed to, but, like, performing that character is such a fun experience. That's kind of like one of my, I don't want to say end goals, but that's one of my, highlight dreams as being a VA. Because that's partly what I did with, Because that's partly what I did with that illusion mage. Because, like, what other type, like, like, what type of illusion mage also has, like, necrotic magic? And then does a very selfless act, albeit, like, in a very still chaotic and selfish way. Like, that was such a fun character to play. How is this person running ahead constantly? Whoops. But, like, but even like that, like, how, like, the conversation flowed. Like, how the conversation, like, flowed from one topic to another like that. Like, no, that's why I had a lot of fun talking with, like, the certain friends that I did. Because it's so easy to just go from, like, topic to topic when you're just, like, in a very... in, like, a really fun stream of consciousness way. This way. This one we need. forgot about that one. Necromant. Well, if I'll do anything to bring you back. But is that specifically for one person, or is that like... Or is that more from like a death domain type of cleric of like... Oh. Nice. From like a death domain type cleric of like... This is my way of supporting my team. Because there's so many different ways that you can like take various ideas. Ooh. Because what was that line? There are no new ideas. There are no like new ideas, just like interpretations. Like you can have a very... Ooh, earrings. That's shield. Because like I'll admit, I took a lot of the Moon's Oracle, Healer, and Undead Summoner. It becomes more undead as part. So somebody like pushing towards Lich them. Or like well, it would be no. I think depending on like how you take the character. Because like I'll be honest, like I might have taken slight influence from Magilu from Tales of Berseria for like that illusion mage. Especially in their personality. But I was like, but I thought, what if I could make this character who actually did lean like slightly more morally corrupt. Like that character, they weren't murder hobo, but they were very self-centered. But like that was such a fun character to play, and like I felt like they had a really nice growth. I need to replace this. It's how difficult we built them. That's also part of the... That's also part of the... It's also part of the fun, is that like you need to figure out how to... One, you would need to figure out how to build them, and then also how to kind of make them operate in certain ways. But there's also probably enough people who like had that same idea where you can find like some type of at least some type of reference material for how other people did it to start with. First roll, got really lucky. So now I have... So now I need necklace, bracelets, charms. I still need a headpiece and boots. Also like picking and choosing what aspects of that character you like and focusing on building those parts. I think that goes in with all, like, character design, and especially with, writing. Because you especially see it with, Because you always see it with, you see it more so with anime, but that's due to anime's inherently, like, tropey nature. Especially when it comes to archetypes like tsunderes, or, tsunderes, kuderes, the way that I'm thinking about it specifically is like when it comes to how Araki goes between like a hot and cold protagonist, where Jonathan was, what was it? Jonathan was cool, Joseph was hot, Jotaro was cool, Josuke was hot, Giorno was cool, Jolene was hot, why am I forgetting his name? Gappy was cool. No, incorrect. I can't believe I forgot Johnny. Johnny was relatively cool. And then Gappy was hot in his own unique way. And And now we're back to another cool character. It's the oscillating between different character aspects and building those off of tropes. Like tsundere, there's a whole lineage of tsunderes that are entirely based off of like notes taken from Asuka, from Eva. But even Asuka's name was taken from a show that one of the writers liked. And then that ended up feeding back into what the original... I'm trying to remember. Because I think Asuka and Rei were named off of something else. And then as a way to kind of, I guess, like, give the nod back, the writer of that thing, the writer of the initial work, like, also had their own way of, like, carrying something over. Like, that's how certain tropes, like, form, or, like, they consolidate, because it's, like, taking various aspects of different characters that other people liked, and then putting them together and bringing them into, like, their own things. It's a daisy chain of influence. And it's not even just, like, uniquely with anime either. Like, no, that's just something that happens with art. That's how art movements and, like, different styles, like, just occur. Sometimes it just takes one person to go, like, oh, that's cool, I like that. How could I make that work for me? How could I make that work in my way? And then they do that. Gachi Akta, the mangaka, was, like, a big fan of Soul Eater. And then she ended up making her own work. And now there's a bunch of people who are going to be like, oh, this is so cool. And then either go back and try out Soul Eater and see her inspirations, or take notes from her and then be inspired to try something new from there. Like, that's just how creative influence works. Is that a free peck? That is a free peck. Between a helmet or an earring. I can probably do this and be fine. Because what's the thing that I'm missing? Endurance is fine. I'm missing armor. I probably shouldn't, but I'm gonna reinforce this, like, slightly, just so I have a little bit more defense. The amount of works that have been inspired by Gundam, the amount of works that have been inspired by Eva, the amount of works that have been inspired by Trigger and their visual style alone. One of my most anticipated games that's coming out next month in just like a couple weeks. Unbeatable. Like, no, they do not hide their influence or like their admiration for Trigger's visual style, like, at all. Same thing with what was it? Homura Hime, where like the... That's cute. That's cute. Homura Hime, where like the visual style is very Trigger. Especially that character intro, like that for the boss. It was very very Kill la Kill. And like that makes me like, no, that influence is always going to keep happening. Like, that's just inherently what art is like. You take what you're influenced by, even if in parts or even in sometimes maybe even whole, and then you kind of spin it around and say, hey, what if we did it this way? Or hey, what if I do it kind of like this? Like, slight adjustments here and there. You've got to be kidding me. I need to improve it by 2. Fine, I'll upgrade something. That's why I really like Dev Diaries. I really like Dev Diaries, and I like devs that like are very open about what their influences are. That's why I really like when some of them are very shameless about their influences, because that's something that made me... That's a part that I really liked about playing Monk in Final Fantasy. Especially at the start. There's no point in upgrading the headpiece because that's gonna get replaced like immediately. That's what I really liked about playing Monk in Final Fantasy, because like right at the start, you can still see it in like parts of the kit, but like it's very JoJo inspired, or like you're very close to it. Like the Master of the Pugilist Guild is named Master Haman, and like a lot of the monk quests have musical references in it. The fists, your different fists, like Riddle of Earth, Riddle of Wind, Riddle of Fire. Earth, Wind, and Fire. Gee, I wonder why. Berserk being a heavy influence, Berserk, like, being part influence for, Shadowbringers. But, like, even to go further back, but while still being in Final Fantasy, like, FF7, like, cool guy with big blunt sword. Guts inspired that. Guts really inspired that kind of like genre of character. And like the first kind of notable time that showed up in Final Fantasy was Cloud. And like there were a lot of like aspects of Berserk that like really like still continue to feed its way into the class, feed its way into Final Fantasy. That's why that memorial service that like a lot of that a bunch of Dark Knight players, myself included, took part in. Like, no, we, even if like some of us did not read Berserk directly, there's numerous works that were heavily influenced by it. Or even characters that we like that were by it. Even if it just comes down to like, oh, cool guy with big sword. That's a reason why like that's a reason why when Akira Toriyama passed, like, kitty. That's why when Toriyama passed, like, it was such a massive thing. Because, like, even if you never really read or watched Dragon Ball, modern shonen and a lot of modern anime was just heavily, very, very heavily influenced by it. Like, you can't escape it. You can't escape its influence no matter how hard you try. Like, that's just how significant... That's just how significant, Toriyama's work was. And especially his art style. His art style, which is basically synonymous now with, Dragon Quest. And, like, there are a lot of people who wouldn't have gotten their start if they didn't begin with being just like, oh, I really like this thing. I wish I could draw just as cool as this guy that I really like. And sometimes that's all that it really kind of takes for some people to begin, like, being a highly influential artist themselves. I was talking about it last night, of, like, Mori being heavily influenced by Persona 3 and Lotus Juice. And like that rounded all the way back to her being able to perform with him. And I think, what was it? Because I saw that, and I think one of the things he said was like, "Damn, don't say you were influenced by that." That was like, don't say that that you were really inspired by that That was like over 20 years ago. You're gonna make me feel old. But it's like, no, that's oh, there's mechanics like mid-dungeon now. But like, no, that's how influence works. Like, sometimes it just takes something that you think is like either insignificant or small, and then it has that butterfly effect that ends up shaping a generation, or by extension, generations later down the line. Same thing when it came to Bowie. Same thing when it came to David Lynch. Same thing now with oh my god. With like Itagaki. Like influence even in ways that you might not anticipate. Like all spreads out and all reaches out in different ways. I actually like am like having to focus a little bit more because I'm realizing my healing output's a little bit low. That's Nisi. Oh my god, you needed to stack with us. I don't know if that person's passing that or not. Oh, she's doing attacks during this. That's really cool, honestly. Oh, that killed. This one. This one. So rotating clockwise. And turn that off. That person needs to pass it. There. Is that a vortex? Now there's two Nisi? I think it's slightly moving to the sides. You got too far. Here. I can look at that in a sec. I'm making sure that I don't. I have water. I have water. I just to make sure I'm not going to die to this mechanic. As long as it's past the halfway mark when I do that, it should be fine. here I was worried that I was gonna be like the dead weight. Stock marker. That's so fun. I have water, I have water. Even though it's almost out. I have to be a little bit mindful when it comes to healing, but aside from that, that went pretty clean. On the note of influence, like, it's hard for me to not look at this game and also to not look at something like Grand Blue Relink. And see like that influence from FF14. And that influence is part of the reason like why I wanted to try this game so much. Where is... Oh, inventory. Headpiece. Nani? Oh, because it only gave me the box. Haste, luck? Ooh, wait, that got a really good roll on it too. Because I'm always very interested in seeing like, okay, you're taking influence from something that I really like and that I think does something very well. How do you do it? How do you think that you improve upon it? Or how do you make it very interesting in your own way? And so far, especially with Blue Protocol, like I've been very impressed. Which makes me want to stick with the game and see like how much further this really goes. What's my gear score now? 6044. I have headpiece, I have gauntlets, I have rings, I have earrings. I'm also usually not one much for like discovery or like moving around, but I like it. Discovery or moving around. I mean exploration. But I think a large important part of that is the movement abilities. And I'm honestly actually pretty close to 338. 596. 533. That is chess piece, that is ring. 649. Can I go into this? Welcome, Melina. I hope you've been well. Yeah, I want to make sure that I'm at like a decent level for this. Armor is still low, so like my defense is really low. You have been. Sometimes that's the most that you can really ask for. Let me see what Towering Ruin is, because I don't think I've done this one yet. You're very lucky. You caught me in the middle of actually running like a couple dungeons for Blue Protocol. Oh, I got a really good launch for this. Because I was just in the middle of doing like a lot of, I was in the middle of doing like a bunch of different other stuff and just kind of like showing this off at this point. Well, not even showing it off, because now I'm actually like making real progress. Ew. I'm making real progress on finally like upgrading my gear since I felt like I was super far behind. Oh, there's so many chests over here. Whoops. Okay. Because now I want to... Where is it? Wait, do I still have trials to do? Because now I want to make sure that I have my movement abilities. It's not in skills. I'm trying to remember where they were. Because I think I got my next one at like 45. Because I'm close to getting my wall running, which is the one that I really want to experiment with. Like, they're very deliberate about how they, like, tease the movement abilities out of you. But I was also just like in the middle of talking about like art and influence and stuff like that. How like art influences art and like how Berserk influenced the influenced Cloud for Final Fantasy, which also continued to extend into Dark Knight for FF14. Of course, the second I get there. But I hope you've been well this morning, I want to say. Relative. Okay, I should keep an eye on whoever's the main tank, since they're probably the one taking the damage the most. Because it looks like tanking is still tank and spank. Due to... I'm not sure if the bosses cleave in this. But like, it feels like they do. I woke up recently, so it's morning. Exactly. You see, if it is within, I say, like, 2 to 3 hours of when you wake up, that's morning. As long as you are still freshly waking up, then that's morning to me. Oh. Where is she going? Uh-oh. That's too much around us. Because at the very least, there does seem to be, like, normal aggro? There's no way I did something that... Oh, that's a... Wait, that's just a cross-line AoE. Yeah, okay, it clears. The animation does indicate actually where they're aiming. That's very interesting to know. Oh. Interesting, so you can use that in the, in dungeons. Yeah, that person... Huh, I wonder... Okay, so you have gravity too. Good to know. So they're not just artificially only taking certain things from 14, they're actually... I did not expect that. It's losing stagger, like, very quickly. Oh, now it's saying... Now it teaches you about, like, actual stacking mechanics. I guess until then, this was optional. Huh? Sending a laser pop to prevent the laser from charging its core. Oh, you have to brace the damage a little. You're swapping damage. Okay, I see it now. That's interesting. That's a healing mechanic. Target a player to stay away from allies. It's red mechanic. Okay, Omega. I actually need to be a little bit smart about how I heal for this. Safe zone. That's safe, like, right under. That's so cool. Not really useful gear for me. I really like the dungeon design in this. Like, these are so much more mechanically interesting so quickly. And now I wonder how that one, like, actually works in like, hard mode. Are there more trial paths to do? There are. Oh, but I'm still under geared, so I still need to get more. But... hang on, because it's... I'm almost at 5 hours, which is, like, kind of what I wanted to get at. I wanted to... hang on, let me... because I kind of... let me have this, where... I'll admit part of the reason I wanted to Part of the reason that I wanted to stream today, like especially like right after waking up, is that I wanted to go for like a minimum of like 5 to 6 hours. You can call it a limit test at this point. Or it's me being vain. Who knows? Either way. Hang on, let me switch over. Cause I might gear up a little bit more when I might gear up a little bit more, like off stream after I take a nap and like do some stuff. But I wanted to maintain the streak. 2, I also kind of wanted to go back to back with streaming late, with like late night kind of like yapping for a while. Late night just chatting for like a little bit. That went on for longer than I expected. I think I went on for like 6 hours? I think it was 6 hours. I went for 6 hours and then I was like, okay, I probably should sleep so that I can still do the stream in the morning. Because I wanted to commit. I wanted to commit to doing this stream in the morning. Maybe as a personal flex for myself. Kind of just to see if I could do it, if I could go from like late night chatting stream. Morning streams are very comfy. They're really comfy. That's why I keep trying to do those on Tuesday and Thursday. That's also why these are much more my kind of relaxed type of days. At least when it comes to streaming. But then I can save the big stuff for Friday. Like a big important sponsor stream, which will be at 6 p.m. EST. But I wanted to do it because I wanted to go from... Because now, accidentally, miss it. That's the downside. One, thank you for the water, Moro. I literally had it open and ready. That's the downside of making friends with other people who you stream with around the similar time. But yeah, so it'll be a sponsor stream. I need to set up like the special thumbnail and stuff. But I wanted to be able to go from the... Because part of it is now that I'm doing like an entire, I guess, stream streak to see what happens. Because turns out streaming on the one off day that you don't stream kind of messes up your flow for like a break. Who could have thought? But then tie that in with like a bunch of the other stuff that like messed up on Tuesday, the late stream on Wednesday. I wanted this stream to at least start around the usual time that it does. So that way I can go to sleep, I can rest well, and then I can have all the time to set up and prep for the sponsor stream on Friday. And as an additional kind of personal, like, I want to say tap on my shoulder, I wanted to make sure that I was around the same length. Like, what was my... Let me look for it. Because yesterday's stream, last night's stream, you can already tell that like my schedule's entirely messed up. Is it that one? No, it is this one. Yes, because yesterday/last night's stream went for 7 hours. Did not anticipate it to go that long, especially considering how messed up like a lot of that schedule was. I usually don't go for that long in general, let alone for that late. But one, that is the perk of caffeine, and that is also the perk of a nap before when you're usually supposed to stream. So I at least wanted this stream to go for like 5 hours. I'm getting close to it. Because Friday is also probably going to be long, because I want to do the sponsor part, and then I also want to stream. I want to see if I can finish Alien Isolation in that stream too. So I'm probably going to need to rest. Which is why it was so important that I made sure that I got this stream done. Which helped. It really, it helped when it came to feeling a lot more... I want to say experience. I want to say... No, because it is. It's just like flat experience. Where I get to practice more. I get to practice kind of just like doing this off the top of my head, of like having these just chatting sections. 2, I'm a flat experience. You're not a flat experience. You're very dynamic and... How do I say this in not like a weird way? You're a very curvy experience. You have hills. You're a roller coaster. That sounds really bad. Can I strike that from the record? That sounds weird. That sounds weird in context. I'm trying to word this right. You are not a flat experience. You are a fully dynamic and engaging person. Can you tell that I went from having my brain fried to sleeping to waking up and then streaming again? Like very immediately. Like just maybe my brain's a little bit fried. But that also probably means that I should eat. But yeah, no. I was able to get to the things that I wanted done. I'm going to end up setting up a poll in my Discord. I'll get some food. I'll set up a poll in my Discord before I get that food. I'll set up the poll to figure out what I'm doing for the rest of October, because I at least have a plan for Halloween. But I do not have a plan for next week or the week after that, because I might... It feels weird. It feels weird to have like a complaint be like, I beat games too quickly or I'm too good at games, so like I can't make things last for too long. Because like aside from like filling those slots with like Metaphor and like one of the 2 gacha that I play, I have no idea how I'm gonna keep up the spooky theme, but I'm going to try. That is the very least that I plan to do. I will at the very least try. But yeah, I'm tired. I'm going... Let me find somebody to raid. Let me see. That's also a downside of also me not very frequently streaming around very certain time slots, is that I do not typically know people around my range to raid into. But, no, even last night, Tiagi. Like, Tiagi was really cute. Like, no, that was a, sounds weird to say, like, that was a jackpot. But no, like, I thought, oh, you look cute, and, like, she's really sweet. And it was a very comfy stream, which was very easy for me to fall asleep to. So maybe, hopefully, it should be easy to... Not exactly super easy, but at least it should be not as difficult to find somebody else who's like a very good person to raid into. I do have to make sure that like I'm actually drinking water though. I'm getting used to talking very well. I'm getting used to talking very easily and very consistently. Which also means that I'm not recognizing how kind of dry my throat might get sometimes. But that's also part of the reason why I have that water routine, so that people actually click on that to help me from losing my voice, essentially. Let me see. I think Combo's doing something actually. It's been a while since I've also been seeing her stream. Yeah, and it's footage of the new... I wish... I also do have, like, another friend who I also love, who also tends to be streaming around this time. The downside is that she keeps streaming a game that I want to play, so I can't raid into her, because I don't want to see it. But I do not have as strong of an attachment to Pokemon, which means... which means I can raid into combo and be perfectly fine. So yes. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. The atelier is closing, which means you do not need to go home, but unfortunately you can't stay here. Please do keep in, again, I'm probably gonna keep like ringing the bell of hey, sponsor stream on Friday. I get to finally feel like a real big time streamer. But yeah, thank you to Maroski for the bits and the follow. Actually, can I just shout her out really quick? I'm so glad that I learned how to actually use the shout out feature. There we go. And I wouldn't have learned that if I didn't stay up until roughly however long last night, watching that. Not watching, streaming and having somebody in chat actually tell me how that works, because I could have sworn that was just a button that you pressed, because I think I did it once before, but I also might be wrong. Either way, it's getting too late. So either way, Johnny, take care.